emotionally balanced children. The traditional songs of the Maroon's ancestors, as well as the dances and drumming being taught to the younger generation, allows them to tap into a better sense of self. Ensuring the younger generation embrace their cultural heritage is one of the pillars of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport under the guidance of Culture Minister Olivia Grange. During the Accompong Maroon celebrations in January 2020, she joined the dancers whose age spanned 3 generations. Folktales and ballads are also used by the Maroons to convey information about their food culture.
When we roast
brings us together like food. From the plate to the palate, all cultures form their own culinary traditions. The Maroons were unique in how they prepared dishes, from the ingredients to the cooking methods. The result is a cuisine that is authentic and flavorful as the Maroons themselves. These traditions also provide for cultural togetherness. Each year at 10 a.m. on Kojo's birthday, January 6th, the Maroons meet at the Kinde tree to renew their traditional rites and to honor their ancestors. The tree is said to be sacred and symbolic of family unity. There they prepare unsalted pork and ritually make their way to the Peace Cave. On January 6, 2020, Maroons from the Charlestown joined with the Accompong Maroons to celebrate 282 years of the signing of the Peace Treaty.
Yanking Pong, bless all smarty pray. Chang Pong Nani, come Sikkim Beba. All protocols be observed at this moment. I want to greet you all from the community of Charlestown, all the way over there in West Portland, under the Blue Mountain. Today we are here to celebrate with Accompong this day, the Maroon Treaty Day. Of course, the theme that Accompong has chosen is actually an excellent theme. It's preservation of culture while maintaining the future. How can we preserve our culture and maintain our future? That's the first question we all need to ask ourselves. Are we preserving our culture and maintaining our future? Is there a possibility that in the near future that we will still have culture within our hands? Our foreparents had fought long and hard so that we can stand here today, or we can sit here today within this function to talk about preservation of culture. We have to, and when I say have to, I mean we have to most definitely look into what we have to preserve. We have a wealth that no one, and when I say no one, the government of Jamaica don't have that wealth. If they want to know about our culture, they have to come to us. If the ambassadors want to know about our culture, they have to come to us. So we have something indeed that worth preservation. Now it is important that we go out there. We do not only just talk that we are a Maroon and that we are in a Maroon community, but we talk about what our foreparents had fought for. Why is it important for us to preserve and protect and to take care of so that we can pass it on? That's maintaining. We are going to actually show you some of what our preservation is through dance, songs, and drumming. Medasi. Medasi.
Preservation of the Maroon culture is a means of educating us about values and traditions. It also provides some amount of accuracy and clarity about the history of our island home Jamaica. As we move into the digital age, we need to carry our great history with us into the brave new world. The Maroons are a significant part of our past. They are symbols of self-reliance, determination, and freedom. They are our ancestors and they created a path for our independence. But just as the Maroons shaped the past, it falls to us as Generation Next to ensure that we shape the present. We can't have a bright future if we don't have the past. To preserve the vital history of the Maroons is to preserve a much-needed link to our ancestors. I'm Gabriel Samuels.
Used to blow whenever we have a meeting or someone die. Yeah, we blow it like this.
Immaculate Conception High School Symphony Orchestra, with over 70 members, directed by world-renowned conductor Stephen Woodham, is known for its amazing performances and groundbreaking work. Another milestone they will create is the performance of the world premiere of Jamaican composer Andrew Marshall's work called the Concacaba Abeng Symphony. It's specially written for the Immaculate Conception High School Symphony Orchestra. The work is seen as extremely powerful and groundbreaking, as it incorporates Jamaican traditional instruments, including the Abeng.
I was given this instrument called the Abeng, and at first I was just like, oh my gosh, I don't know if I can learn this, because, you know, like the baritone has this thing called a mouthpiece, so it was easier to make sound, but this doesn't have anything, you know, you just have to blow in there. So I was just like, I can't do this, but you know, I just practiced every day, and then eventually I got it. So to get a lower pitch note, you put your hand inside the instrument, so. And to get a higher pitch note, you would take your hand out.
Well, a symphony orchestra normally has, you know, the strings, the violin, violas, cellos, the brass and woodwind section. It also has percussion as well. With this particular orchestra, we have incorporated traditional Jamaican instruments, and we're talking about the Abeng, we're talking about the chromanti drums, we're having, you know, all the various instruments that we have. And it's very, very interesting what we've put together with all of this. And it is a unique flavor and a real sense of identity.
The Abeng Symphony is a musical narrative of the history of the Maroons in Jamaica.
It helps to not only narrate a specific moment in time. This is a great Maroon War between the colonial forces at the time. But what it does is that it helps us to examine in an artistic way, a musical way, our own tradition, the strains of what we've had, the West African culture, we've had the European culture, we have mixes of other influences from Asia and everywhere. And this particular symphony helps us to show and to really examine these particular qualities as well.
The Abeng Symphony will be performed across the island and hopefully North America and Europe.
This particular work that we have is actually a significant work. It's not many orchestras that can claim their own sort of work that has been dedicated to them. And not only that, is that this particular symphony orchestra that we have with these young, very talented students, which also incorporates a choir as well, by the way, is quite significant, and it has a unique voice, and this is really very interesting. I've been invited before to Paris to see if we could probably play there, and I was always very curious, what would we carry, what sort of music? And it is not a matter of simply doing a folk song or some familiar pop music. This particular work that we have is an artistic endeavor. And we are the interpretive artists for Andrew Marshall's work, and it really is quite significant.
The members of the orchestra say they are honored to be a part of the groundbreaking Concacraba Abeng Symphony.
It's not common to see a symphony orchestra playing a Jamaican piece that has to do with the heritage of the country, and with different instruments such as the Abeng and certain drums that we have. It's original, it's an original piece, and it's very different from what you would normally hear other orchestras play.
Drums play an important role in every aspect of Maroon life, including the physical, emotional, and spiritual.
My significance in the Maroon culture, I am a Maroon. I'm a proud Maroon. I live a Maroon. I was born a Maroon, and I will always die a Maroon. My grandfather was a Maroon, and he taught me the Maroon history, the culture, and taught me to embrace it. And here I am today living it. At an early age, I started traveling as a musician, and which takes me basically to almost every country. But as a promise that I had made to my grandfather is that always come back home, come back to the root. And came back, and I decided I'm gonna jump right back into making sure this tradition is preserved and exposed. So here we are doing it. Before I even built my own home, as you know, what I did, I built a library. I built a library and media center and outfitted it, you know, a lot of computers, books, and you name it. And also what I did to make sure that the culture is preserved and kept passed on, I founded the Maroon Youth Culture Group. I also started the drumming. I brought back with me 30 West African drums, which was the bass, the kinkini, the dundumba, the djembe. The drums are made from the skins. Obviously, it's a goat skin, but it's made from the female goat skin.
Why not a male goat skin?
The male goat skin does not have the resonance. It doesn't resonate as high with that high pitch, that high frequency that we need. You know, the female goat, because the skin is thinner, you get a better frequency per se. And that's the only reason why we only use the female goat skin. And as far as the wood is concerned, like for example, this one was brought from West Africa. So it's made from the African cherry. The drums are supposed to always be used for special occasion. Even if you decide to get together and just jam, so we're just gonna get together and have a little jam session, it's still a special occasion. And it's very significant occasion simply because you might look at it as just a jam. However, you're actually still summoning the ancestors every time you play these drums. You're also teaching the young people to stick to the culture, stick to the drumming, stick to the chanting. For me, my favorite part of these drums is the fact that we can actually communicate with the ancestors through them. You know, because where these drums are coming from basically is the drumming were always used to empower the soldiers, the warriors to go fight. And when they come back home, we use it also to welcome them back home. The women would use it to welcome them back home, along with singing and dancing and chants. And I know for a fact that the traditional drum playing, the drum making, and the significance of the drums is being accepted, nurtured by these young people, by the young generation. I know that for a fact. One other thing that I did when I started coming back to Jamaica on a regular basis, I founded the Maroon Youth Culture Group, which is now the Accompong Youth Culture Group. What happened is there was a big gap between the adult culture group and there were no youth culture group. And when I decided I'm gonna call some of the young people together, one of the main person, Mr. Tyshawn Wright, who migrated since then, you know, we decided together we will get all the young people involved who are interested. And every single person, every single young person stepped in. They stepped up. We started the youth culture group, and it's kicking on until this day. You know, where the last 2 gold medals for this area, for drumming, cultural drumming, with JCDC, came right here in Accompong by these little children. So I know for a fact that's testament to the fact that I started it, brought it back to them, introduced it to them, and they're taking it. And I know for a fact they're gonna pass it on. And that's the reason why you'll see later, you didn't even need to interview me. You could interview these young children and they would be speaking the same way I'm speaking about this culture and this tradition. So I know for a fact that they accept it and they're carrying it on.
This drum here is very unique. It's called the gumbe. Originate from Africa, Ghana, Gold Coast of Ghana. The Maroons that were enslaved brought these drums along with them to Jamaica. So these drums have all kind of use. These drums send messages, like a telephone nowadays. These was the drum that do that. These drums go with other 2, 3 more drums combined with this drum called the gumbe. And the celebration day, the 6th of January, that is Kojo's birthday on the 6th of January. We play the bass and 2 more called the rocklar, the treble. And we have a good music with it. But this is this gumbe is a special drum. As you can see it made of wood, cedar. You don't see, you cannot count the nails that put in it, because it don't use no nail monster. Just use glue. You have an inner part they call the baby. And it carry 4 wedges. When you want a higher sound, you knock these 4 wedges and you carry up this part inside and stiffen the skin on this side. So you got a higher pitch. There's a special drum. Find nowhere beside up in a Accompong town here, St. Elizabeth. These are the Maroon drum that send messages, and they practice on these drums and keep them festival on these drums here, along with the other 3 drums. And me like now, me playing it for 45 years now. I teach a lot of younger youth to play the drum here, the gumbe drum. Because you have the technique to play this drum. You have to be a clean-hearted youth. You can't bad mind and corrupt in your heart and play gumbe drum. No, they don't call for that. You have to be a clean youth to play these drums. And on the day of festival, when you're preparing for the festival, you cannot sleep with no woman. Now, if you're married, you cannot sleep with your wife. You have to separate about 4 days before and go purify. Like you have to take your water baptism. Yeah, that's why the Maroon win the war, you know. Because they were working with the Almighty God, man. Cleaning themselves. Yeah.
The Abeng is a musical instrument that is integral to the Maroon celebrations.
The Abeng is made from the cow, the animal core. And it's have to be a female cow, Because the male horn is, alright, the male horn is more thicker. So the female horn is more thinner, so you get a higher sound out of the thinner cow horn more than the thicker one. We have many ways with Abeng use. And when the significant part of the Abeng, it's used in the celebration during the march. Even when a person die in the community, Maroon, we use the Abeng to send a message. So each time the Abeng is blown, the villager is to think like it's a gathering. And most part of it is when somebody pass away. We mostly blow the Abeng. But the Abeng is used during the march of the celebration when is there a meeting, public meeting in the community. And they can turn probably approximately 16 miles or more to hear the sound of the Abeng when it's being blown. Well, the Abeng was used in the ambush back in the warfare with the Maroons and the British. Communication sends sounds like, for instance, we'd have a further on back in the generation growing up amongst my grandfather and usually tell me, so in the warfare you'd have a man in the cave where the peace cave is. So you'd have a couple of men in there hiding. So meanwhile the British coming from the Appleton Estate side, the factory, coming on the track, you could hear, like saying like you tap on a rock stone and hear rock. So if a 10 man pass in that position, you can know it's 10 soldiers. So meanwhile, a man was there in the ambush hiding in the cave and passing by the British. Meanwhile, the British passing, and set them in the ambush and chop. So as I said, the 20 soldiers pass, the Abeng is going to be blowing. So the other Maroons that been in the ambush know what to do and their war strategy where they plan beneath this tree right here. The present blower is Lady right now, he's an elder. But his generation, I'm a very young one coming up seeing me, but a Lady is the present Abeng blower, and on the celebration, you will see the rest of it. The Abeng cannot be blowing without the white rum. Only white rum. The white rum is pouring into the, as you can see, into the mouth. Okay. They call here the blowhole, where your thumb is. And you pour the white rum here. You have to wet it, grease it. Because it's dry, it's always dry. And so without the white rum, it cannot be used. Yes, it's a pattern. The other Maroons, they blow, the other Abeng, the other Maroon tribe blow you, or we blow it like this. But the other Maroon blow their Abeng like this. But we blow our Abeng like this. Okay, so that is this is the significant way to blow our Abeng, the Accompong Maroon Abeng.
This time of year, today, we celebrate January 6, 2021. The celebration of January 6 has been going on now since 1738. And this is a celebration where Maroons, the Leeward Maroons, who we are, we actually commemorate, or I should say, we honor our ancestors, and honor it from the standpoint of the fight, the struggle that they had in order to win and beat the British so that we could have our freedom. So every January 6, since 1738, we have had this celebration. This year, January 6, 2021, will be a different celebration. Previously, we have had thousands, really thousands of persons coming from all over the world to see what is happening, to celebrate the legacy that our ancestors fought for and left for us. Accompong is not an ordinary place. Trelawney Town Maroons are not ordinary. We are special people. Our ancestors who were taken over or brought here to Jamaica and other parts of the Caribbean and South America, Central America, they were enslaved. They were removed from their homeland in Ghana. And some ended here in Jamaica. And the fight that they had was to stay free. Now, this fight for freedom started, I believe, from they landed in Jamaica. They were brought over in ships where they were not able to even see the person next to them. They were chained. But when they landed with a mindset to stay free. And that's a legacy that we are celebrating, or we have been celebrating since 1738. That fight for freedom, it was not an ordinary fight. So the fact that we're here today, so many hundred years ago, celebrating again, it's meaningful. It's more than tradition, because what we have to celebrate, the rest of the world don't have. They just don't have it. But we, as Maroons, and folks who are watching or even listening, will understand that it's not just an ordinary celebration. It's something that Jamaica needs to embrace. We know the rest of the world embrace it, but Jamaica, and even those of us here who live in Accompong, need to celebrate and hold on to. It's not an ordinary celebration. But what has happened this year, 2021, we're just, I say, 6 days away from 2020. And 2020 was a year, I believe, a year of vision. It probably was a year of division for many people. For me, it was a year of vision. So much happened, and it happened around a virus called COVID-19, or a strain of COVID called COVID-19. It happened around that. And what COVID-19 left us is a need, the importance of changing, doing things different. I see COVID-19 as a benefit to mankind, because what I saw happening in the world is injustice, greed, corruption, envy. All kinds of things happened and were turned over. That's what I saw. What I saw in 2020 was, in 2020, because of COVID-19, was the health. The health of many were actually destroyed, changed. Health conditions came to fore because of this deadly virus, which continues to actually ravage the world. Changes in that our celebration, which is usually opened to the world and which attracts thousands of people, as I said earlier, that celebration, although we are commemorating the feats of our ancestors, we still commemorate, but in a different manner. A manner where, yes, we have now scaled down completely. Folks are not able to walk in or come from all over the world as they used to. And we're still celebrating, but we're doing it virtually. And we just give thanks to technology that has allowed us to do this. So through this medium, we want the message to still go forth. We want the message to go forth. We're saying, you know, we know folks are unhappy because they're not able to come to see the different display of craft, of art, of food, and just to have fun. We know people are going to miss that. However, we're still doing the best we can using this medium of a virtual experience. We also realize that while this is happening today, January 6, 2021, we're hoping that 2022 will be better. It will be different. We hear the talk about this new normal. We don't know what the new normal for celebration will be in 2021. But God's willing, we still plan to celebrate. We still plan to celebrate. And all who are watching, we hope that you're able to understand why we're doing what we're doing, because of the safety. It's difficult. It would be difficult for us to control and contain a disease that is airborne when we have thousands of people milling around each other. Even if you're wearing masks, it's still a concern. How do you then do not only wearing of masks, but hand sanitizing, social distancing, because it's a celebration where people are on top, literally on top of each other. So how do we contain and control the spread of a virus that is still here? It's challenging, but we believe we cannot cut or we cannot shortchange our legacy. We have to do something that we know is safe and at the same time move on with what we have to do as it relates to our history and our culture.
To help with the costs associated with the ceremonial and cultural responsibilities of the Maroons, the Jamaican government on Monday, January 4, provided the leader of the Accompong Maroon village, Colonel Ferron Williams, with the keys to a brand new bus.
We have handed over today a coaster bus to the Accompong Maroons, so Colonel Ferron Williams of the Accompong Maroons. It is for the community. It will take the performers, citizens in the community, and visitors, actually, when they come to tour the community, will be riding in comfort in this bus to experience the Accompong Maroons community.
It will use for various things. Number one, it will help us tremendously in cutting costs. Reason being, when we should leave from Accompong to Portland, say Moortown, Charlestown, and Scotts Hall in St. Mary, we usually have to pay roughly 95 to 100,000 per trip, which we will have to cover 3 or 4 times per year. I've been asking for long before this Minister of Culture took over, and we were getting the runaround. Now I ask again, 2017, and this Honorable Minister, I should say Mother of Accompong, we have not asked her for nothing at all, and she has refused to give it to us. She had come and make this donation on behalf of the government of Jamaica. And you can rest assured that we will cherish, we will care it as if it's the first vehicle anybody in Accompong have ever earned.
We celebrate on the 6th of January the birthday of Captain Kojo, as well as the 283rd anniversary of the signing of the treaty. As you know, the Maroons were the only little band of people to have beaten the British at war. And they got their independence here in Jamaica before Jamaica got its independence from Britain 280 odd years ago. And it is significant that the tradition has continued in celebrating this achievement. And the government of Jamaica is happy to continue to show respect to the memory of Captain Kojo, because those who have paved the way for us to be free people today, we have to ensure that we pay tribute to them and that their legacy live on. Captain Kojo was the brother of our national hero Nani, and they both were part of a small band of black people who fought the British and who beat them at their own game. They use all kinds of tactics, a lot of which we ourselves would love to learn about today. And they still celebrate the memory of Captain Kojo and the achievements of all the Maroon communities in Jamaica. They are the largest Maroon community, and I am pleased to have been associated with the present Colonel and those before, and to have participated in their celebrations over the years. COVID-19 has impacted tremendously on the celebrations, where people from all over the world would come and enjoy. This time around, we can't have the large celebration, but we plan to celebrate virtually. And this handing over of the bus is a symbol of our appreciation, the government's appreciation, and the government's recognition and respect of the Accompong community and all the Maroon communities in Jamaica.
The celebration, 6th of January celebration, is one, the signing of the peace treaty, which took place in 1st of March. Kojo's birthday is on the 6th of January. So over 283 years we have been celebrating under the very tree. It's a mango tree, and that tree is over 300 years old. That's where Captain Kojo used to have his war council. And it is situated way over in the hills. So the British who try to come and to defeat us, we are the first person to defeat a powerhouse in fighting as the British at the time. They were the mightiest of all. Lo and behold, we have to use strategies. When I say we, I'm talking about my foreparents, because I want to identify with them. This year we will have it, as the minister say, Zoom. Let me cut it short and say by Zoom. So persons will enjoy it from the comfort of their homes. I've been encouraging persons to stay at their homes. As the little girl say, stay at your yard. I am doing that, and in fact I've gone to the outlying district asking that they stay home. I must admit that some persons say, well, we are coming, but the police will be out there to assist us to let persons stay out of the community. You see, it's a closely knit community, and if one should catch this COVID-19, it will be a disaster. One should take into consideration that we don't own a hospital, and as such, we would have to be leaning on the government. And let's say the very government who is saying that we should obey, and if we should disobey, I am one person to say, well, you get whatever you ask for. If and when, I know the Minister of Health would not see or cause person to return without being treated. But if this is so, I would have to say we cause it on ourselves, because we have been, I personally have been preaching and begging persons to stay home, observe the social distance, wear your mask, sanitize your hand, and I've been sensitizing the communities, not only the community, Jamaica as a whole, because there's something like some person who, especially younger one, who want to come out and say, well, we are sovereign. Yes, we are sovereign, but we still have to depend on the Jamaican government, because we don't have it to say we are sovereign as yet. Yes, we govern ourselves, but to some extent we still. And to the most time we have to depend on the government of Jamaica. And I can't overemphasize too much for the Honorable Prime Minister, who have actually caused this to be donated, and the Minister of Culture. I would say the mother for Accompong. She actually would be fitting to take Nani's place. We don't have Nani in Accompong. Nani is over in the Windward. But soon and very soon, we might just have to adopt her as a nanny.
From the day they began their long and torturous journey from Africa to the Americas, Africans fought against their capture and the brutality of their enslavement. The Maroons of Jamaica used various strategies to gain and maintain their freedom and to undermine the constant threat which the English posed. They would escape to mainly the Cockpit country, the most inaccessible and remote part of the island, where the hilly and densely vegetated land provided hiding places that were frequently attacked by the English. The Maroons were divided into two groups based on their location. The Windward Maroons, located in the east of the island at Moore and Charlestown in Portland, Nannytown in St. Thomas, and Scotts Hall in St. Mary, and the Leeward Maroons, occupying the western part of the island at locations such as Trelawneytown in St. James and Accompong in St. Elizabeth. Kojo, Kwao, Accompong, and Kofi, among other Maroon leaders, are often mentioned in discussions of Maroon history and celebratory activities. The Accompong Maroon Festival is celebrated on January 6 every year and marks the signing of the 1739 peace agreement between Kojo, leader of the Maroons, and the British Empire. We traveled to the Accompong Maroon village to better understand the January 6th celebration and the tourism value of the village.
In 1655, the British invaded the Spanish-held island of Jamaica, and a war broke out between Spain and the British. Nonetheless, the British overcome the Spanish. Some flee to Cuba, some went to Santo Domingo, leaving behind the freed slaves. Because when the British entered, they freed the slaves, them to help them to fight. But the British still overcome, so the Spanish flee to Cuba, Santo Domingo, leaving behind these freed slaves. Now these slaves, the British wanted them back on the plantation, and they made a call that they should return back to the plantation. But being in slavery so long, know the consequences of slavery. They said, no, we're not going back. But they could not have fought the British on the plains of Jamaica. Therefore, they take to the hills and the mountains. Some went to the Blue Mountains, some to the Janko Mountains, some to the Cockpit Mountains. Today, you are in the Cockpit country.
The Cockpit country's vegetation is the largest and most intact example of wet limestone forest in Jamaica. Its flora exemplifies the outstanding endemism of the West Indies. And most of Jamaica's 550 native ferns grow in this area.
You may ask why we say Accompong. Accompong is the name of the first leader for this community. It was Colonel Accompong who Kojo sent from Nanny's Town in Portland to come here and to settle this, started this community over here. So Accompong, who was Nanny's husband, came and started the village. The British started to fight them very hard. And the war between them and the British went on for over 80 years. And in that process, the British spent over £250,000, passes 44 different laws of means and ways of how to get rid of these people. But it all fails. In 1738, when all their ammunitions were done, food was gone, soldiers gone, then they had also sent back to England for more soldiers, more food, more money and the thing. But the king going to his records and saying, well, we have been at it for over 80 years. Yet we have nothing to show that we have made any headway to these people. So let us try something else. So in 1737, the British, the King of England, granted full powers to John Guthrie, Esquire, and Francis Sadler, Esquire, to come to Jamaica and to see if he can find these people and to make a peace treaty with them. They met on January 6, 1738, at a cave now known as the Peace Cave. And at that cave, a peace treaty was signed between the people who are now known as the Maroons and the British. And in that treaty, we had a right for self-governance. We have the right to own our own lands. Hence today, we are living in lands separated apart from outer Jamaica. And that land that we live in is known as the Cockpit country. That's why the name Cockpit country. I mean, it's a country within a country. You see, so we are living in a different country from the Jamaican country. But everybody just says Jamaica. But it's a country within a country.
With a rich history of self-sustenance and culture in the Accompong community, one can see how they continue to thrive.
If you look about us, you don't see any factories. You don't see any means of employment. The people who live here do farming. Farming is our chief means of living. And therefore, the people, they eat the food we grow, 80–85% of the food we eat is what we grow. Herbal medicines, we have a whole heap of herbal medicine that we use for herb when you are sick. The things people go to doctors for, we don't. We go around the back there and we cut some bush and we come home and we boil it and we drink it. And you get well again. Some people would have to go, some man outside, they have to go to the doctor several times. We don't bother going more than one trip of bush is all right. We find enough bush to do what we live. Lumbers, we generally use our own materials for lumber. Up to today, we use plenty of our own materials for building our own homes. We may buy the zinc, the cement and the mall because life goes on and therefore everybody move up the ladder. So we go. And 6th of January, we have our celebration, our yearly celebration, because that was the day that the peace treaty was made at the King, and we keep that day as our annual celebration. So every year, at the 6th of January, that is our celebration day, that is our Christmas. And when you come to this community on that day, then you couldn't be sitting here. So you don't have no seat. No seat to hold anybody. People pack up right along the street. Everywhere you can't see a place where people don't stand up or sit down. And you went to the mango tree with them. And on that day we start the celebration on the morning of the 6th. We start the drum beating, playing the drums, kill some pigs, and some rooster chicken. And we have a whole case or 2 cases of white rum. And we drink and we splash with celebration all about. And everybody sing and dance and shout the whole day until in the evening we have a civic ceremony at the parade ground where the school is. And there we have the civic ceremony. And after the civic ceremony, all night, the celebration. So we have our day, those days.
One other means of income in the Maroon village is the daily tours on offer. Their tour guides are very knowledgeable, informative, professional, and are ready to entertain you with lots of information on Jamaica's rich history of the Maroons. They will take you through little rural farm towns and villages. When you get to the village, you will be greeted by their learned resident Maroon guide who will give you a briefing before taking you on a tour of the village, while indicating where the various sealed grounds are. You will continue on to Kinda. This means one family.
It was right here during the war days between Kojo and his people, them, where they used to sit and formulate all the war plans. All these rocks you're looking at were seats under the same tree. And from the treaty was signed up until now for 281 years. Every year when we have the festival in January, it started right here. The ceremonial food is being cooked here. The ceremonial food is cooked in that fenced area out there. Meanwhile, the food is being cooked, the people are singing, drumming, and dancing. After the food is finished cooked, some is taken down to an area called Old Town or Unferry Town to give libation to the ancestors. After that, then the people march back up, and the rest of food that is here is shared to whosoever want to eat. But one thing with that food, it's cooked straight without salt, spices, or seasoning. Because when they were isolated back in those days, they never had the chance like we have now to run to the shop and say we'll buy 2 Maggi or 2 this or 2 that. They use pimento to flavor it up, and after flavoring it, it's cooked with the yam, pork, chicken, and plantain. Everything is cooked together and eaten. And a lot of people rush to eat this food because they say when they eat this food, they get like an ear-round luck. They get lucky through the ear by just eating this food.
When they come here, they can sit and listen to the history, as you do. They can walk the community, see the different places of interest. As I mentioned to you about the Peace Cave, where the peace treaty was signed. We can take you to the Peace Cave. It's a cave in the woods. So you have a long walk to go there, and when you walk, you know, people love walking. And you walk in and you see lands and you see the trees and the herbs, and sometimes you can go to a river, have a look and see the river, how the river is situated. You go with birds. If you want to go bird hunting, you are free to go bird hunting. If you want to go wild pig hunting, you go wild pig hunting, and you come. All these things are things that happens here. So you have tourists come here who loves bird shooting in bird season. You come. And we have guys that take you about into the woods, and you shoot a bird and you come home. You have pig. You want to go and hunt 2 wild hog. You go there in the woods and hunt wild pig and come back home. You have plenty of excitement and plenty of things to do.
On January 6 each year, the Accompong Maroons celebrate the anniversary of the signing of the 1739 peace treaty with the British. Held in Accompong, St. Elizabeth, this festival marks the victory of the Maroons in the First War against the British, in which they fought for their freedom, led by their late hero, Kojo.
We are not celebrating the signing of the peace treaty by itself. We do commemorate both. So both we do. Instead of having one march and one no, we just do both.
Day, because they also use the occasion of Kojo's birthday to celebrate or to mark or commemorate the peace treaty. The peace treaty was actually signed in March 1, 1739, but rather than have two separate functions for logistical and financial reasons, they move up the treaty day. So it's treaty day and it's Kojo's birthday.
Over there, over the mountain there, that's where the peace cave is. Roughly 3 miles from here, that's where the peace treaty was signed. Down on that side, about a mile and a half, that's where the old town, that's where the town usually located. This that we are under now, it's called the kinder tree. It's a mango tree which is over 300 years old. That's where Kojo, Captain Kojo, used to have his war council.
The festival culminates in a traditional march to the reverenced kinder tree, where a specially prepared maroon dish of unsalted pork, seasoned with allspice, is consumed with yams. Afterwards, an all-night sound system party rocks until daybreak.
Celebration under the kinder tree, the Maroons will go to the old town and recreating really where they went when they didn't want anyone else to hear what they were discussing. After that, they will move to Kojo's monument, which you would have seen as you came into Accompong, to celebrate the birthday part of it. And in the afternoon after lunch, there will be the civic ceremony right at the parade ground, where I think Mr. Vivian Crawford from IOJ, the Institute of Jamaica, will be the main speaker. And we'll have more drumming and more dancers and dancing, and you'll see lots of food and lots of craft items. It's a wonderful day.
We understand well enough what is taking place. This is a sovereign people. This is their land with their own boundaries. That is not respected well enough. You know, you kind of think people kind of are dismissive of it as some kind of fading history. But this is sovereign territory with its own leadership and its own government. And if we're to take the Maroons seriously, we would accord to them full rights. So, for example, while we're here, you've seen people showing us the local currency. And some people see it as play money. But again, if you respect a people, if you respect their own sovereignty, you respect development like that. Whether that becomes used only here or wider, I can't say. What I can say, though, is that we need to be able to move over and allow them to be able to develop this in its fullest. You know, they should have to be scrounging around and begging for a little help here or a little help there. No, this is a sovereign people. The world knows that, and that's why you see so many people coming here to study it. Here in Jamaica, we have to respect it and give it the kinds of, promote it in the way that it really should be promoted.
I've been in a search since about the late 90s because I kept feeling something contrary to the Christianity I was brought up in. And since then, I've gone as far as going to Africa, becoming initiated in the Dagara tradition out of Ghana, Burkina Faso, the Ivory Coast, as an elder. So I've been like going deeper in my spirituality to connect with Tabia, and I have. And feeling that there's truly a Maroon connection. And this is I just came here to really feel it. And I feel a connection, I really do. But the next step is going through the records, basically, to find out more information, to see if there's a true Maroon connection. But when I'm in Africa, I've done DNA studies, and it takes me right back to that tribe in Africa, the Dagara tribe. So I think I'm on my way, and what I'm doing now is just waiting for more information. It comes to me through meditation, through rituals, being with my ancestors. I think I'll gain more clarity.
We know we have our history of 282 years of how we overcome. I was telling somebody when I was there, when I was a little boy and I left Jamaica and I went to the United States, I was sitting in a history class and they made me learn this speech by Abraham Lincoln called the Gettysburg Address. Until this day, I still remember the speech. It started something like 47 years ago. Our forefathers set forth on this new nation, a new nation conceived in liberty, dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. And I remember sitting in the class and telling him, that wasn't the first time that folks overcame the British monarchy. I said, I came from a place and a people who long before America got its rights, that we defeated the British. And he looked at me and said, no, you were wrong. And I said, no, my people told me, my auntie told me, my cousins told me, my mother told me that the Maroons defeated the British, and he actually downgraded my grade. But I am so glad, as an overseas Maroon, that the world is coming to know our contribution to the human family. We have such a noble heritage that sometimes I think we forget our place in human history. Slavery tried to push us out of human history, but our forefathers stood up and says, I have a place at the family of humanity. And Maroons, from near and far, beyond the 6th of January, beyond today, after the celebrations and the festivities is over, we need to stop and think seriously, what does it mean to be a Maroon? For me, it's a person to stand up against injustice, whether it's in the country, out of the country, wherever we see injustice, we stand up as our forefathers did and fight for those who's less than we are.
We celebrate 282 years of recognition of the Maroons as a sovereign community. In my first 2 visits to Accompong, I spoke about the human desire that is universal to live in freedom and the importance of honoring peace agreements. This is as true today as it was at the time of Captain Kojo. The celebration of Maroon culture and tradition is a reminder to all that this community has its own history and its own folklore. Now, I've met in my time in Jamaica people, many successful people, who have their origins in the Maroon community all over the country. And I'm proud to say that Her Majesty the Queen, Queen Elizabeth, after whom this parish may have been named, but perhaps a prior Elizabeth, that in the New Year's honours list, she awarded the Order of the British Empire to the son of a Maroon. His name is now Owen Williams, OBE. He is the son of the late Babes Williams of Accompong. Your son is now an OBE. For those of you who do not know of his achievements, he's the chief executive of one of our biggest health authorities in England, the National Health Service in West Yorkshire. Now, for 225 years, meaning before Jamaica itself became an independent country, the role of maintaining the agreement with the Maroons rested with Britain. Now, we've not always honored it in good faith, but each time we come and speak to you, we attest that original agreement and that commitment that we made to you. It is only right that this responsibility is now transferred to the government of Jamaica. Now, we share your concern for the protection of cockpit country, and work has now started in working out the area that will fall under the conservation program. And I, together with many diplomats, attended the inauguration of the boundary survey, funded in part by the European community. Now, at the expense of controversy, I will say that there are and always will be good economic reasons for mining. But it is the responsibility of government and of business to ensure that this is done with the consent and agreement of the community. Environmental protection regulations have to be fully complied with, and they should only be in designated areas with total transparency and responsibility. I also believe that this island as a whole can learn from what you have achieved here in Accompong. You have next to near no crime and no violence. Reach out to your fellow Jamaicans and show them how to resolve disputes without resorting to killing one another.
Today is a good day. And January 6th is a day that should be celebrated not just for the Maroons, not just for Accompong, but for the entire Jamaica and for the entire African diaspora. Each year that I come, I realize that it is getting bigger and bigger. And I hope that there will be a time when all over Jamaica, people recognize that this pilgrimage to Accompong should be made because it signifies so much. And it doesn't just signify a lot for the Maroons, but it signifies a lot for us as black people. The Maroons represent what is possible. The Maroons represent what you can achieve when you set your minds to a task. The Maroons represent that we are all born kings and queens, that we are all born to be great, that we were never meant to be slaves, but that we are free people, and it is for us to claim our destiny. What a good way to start a new year, by reminding ourselves that we are kings and queens, that we have a destiny to be great, and that nothing can stop us but ourselves.
Destiny. Marcus Garvey was always fervent in the promotion of economic development as a platform on which respect for the race is to be constructed. We accept that the promotion of creative enterprise and entrepreneurship must be at the forefront of our activities. When you walk up and down here, you see economic empowerment, don't you? And this is why I have been making sure that through my ministry, we work closely with the Accompong community to promote more creative enterprises in order to expand the gains from future staging of this festival. And those who come here, especially those from foreign, those from abroad, must be able to take with them souvenirs. Souvenirs like the one I'm wearing, jewelry like the one I'm wearing. Spend your money in Accompong and take back the craft that is made here. So through economic opportunities and through a program which I introduced called Economic Opportunities Development Program, we will continue to work closely with Accompong in order to ensure that more citizens are able to reap economic gains from this annual festival. It is not enough for our people to remember. That remembrance must also help us economically. It's not about just the emotion, but we have to be empowered. And when you are empowered, when you can earn money from celebrating, when you can turn this into making it work for you, then we are economically empowered. Every year, there is a promise to do something about the road. Every year, there is a promise that we're going to do something about the infrastructure. Well, this year is not a promise. The mayor and I had a discussion. It won't be a promise. We are going to see that it gets done. So as we celebrate the life of Captain Kojo and his warriors, let the memory of their struggle and triumph inspire us to continue the work of building a peaceful and prosperous Jamaica, a country that will last and be an example to the whole human race. And as I say good night and I end my comments, I want to say to each and every one of you that is standing here tonight, that is listening to me, you personally must make a commitment. You don't just come here to have fun. You come here to understand the struggles of our ancestors. You're here to make that commitment that in modern day Jamaica, you will also contribute to the building of your country, to the future of your children, so that many, many years to come, when you're old and gray or you're gone, your children can stand there and praise you like we are praising our ancestors, Granny, Nanny, Kojo, and all the great Maroons who came before us. God bless you all. One love, one heart, one destiny. Bless you.
Nanny and Kojo was brother and sister?
Sure. 5 brothers and 1 sister.
They were sent directly from Africa?
African descendant.
What distinct tribe? What tribe? Ashanti, no?
Or Ashanti. Ashanti.
Ashanti.
Gold Coast.
But I get a Nanny was sent here particular. Because she was that type of scientist woman.
She was a scientist. Her mother was a scientist, and she didn't get to drama. So when the English fired the police after her, she put her hand between her leg and catch him and throw him back. She was a scientist. Good morning, sir.
Colonel.
Yeah, good morning.
Nanny's thoughts were promulgated by Jesus. She studied science right down in Africa. Therefore, she was so religious that her chief reason to fight the war against the British is for freedom. She said we cannot tolerate the colonial ruling. It is too just, it is too hard, it's too terrific. And this land was given to God Almighty, is no man's land. And God made two people, black and white. So we must keep to ourselves, and the whites keep to themselves. In spite of that, when the war was over, Kojo said to his brother Captain Accompong that you stay here in the east and I will go down in the west to prevent Abeng from get behind us. Abeng is white people.
Kojo and Nanny is our people. Indeed, from the beginning of creation, man. We now give a Maroon town still, you know. Because them fight and left it give yourself for the generation, for the generation. That means we now go give it away, but we want it uplift, then, you know, cleanliness. Right now, Kojo is the greatest leader in the West, you know.
the Maroons are from the Ashanti tribe of both coasts. That's why they were so fierce, you know, regarded as great proudness.
And Nani and Kojo?
They are descendants. Our brothers and sisters. We're 5 brothers. Kojo, Kwaku, Kofi, Johnny, Accompong. Some time ago, about 2 or 3 years ago, I was sick. People always started to see Kojo riding his horse, you know. He was a man dressed in khaki suit and riding his horse on shocks, especially coming on to Christmas time. And I believe the spirit exists, and I have a great reason to say so. And this is my reason. I was sick with a pain in my back and I was lying just on a bed here. And it was actually daylight, and I saw a man came in, dressed in khaki uniform with buttons shining. And I presume it was Kojo. I presume it was Kojo. And after I woke up the morning, I didn't feel the pain anymore.
In schoolroom where I school, down in Bethlehem schoolroom where I school, down in Bethlehem schoolroom where I school, I will go. I will go. Then I thought I saw my father Abraham stretch forth the palm of his right hand to take me over.
I know this land. I know these people. Barefooted I have walked through their huts and through their houses and listened to their laughter. I've watched their tears fall from their eyes onto this land. I know these people. In the evening when dusk falls, they gather around their lighted lamps and talk augustly about their heritage. They talk of spirits, spirits that wind through their hot blood, making them one with all things. As a child, I used to watch the men cutting lumber over there in those bushes, while their women cook yams and bananas and dumplings in copper pots. And we, their children, grapple sickly after earthly knowledge in your schools. I know these people.
When the question asked in heaven, it were half an hour silence there. When the question asked in heaven, it were half an hour silence there. And say when the question asked in heaven,
I know these people. I knew Kojo. I knew Nani. I have watched them in the hot sun seated over there, riding on their horses, warding off the British. And I listened to them talking. Those 2 impregnable fortresses. Finally, it was Nani who spoke. And she said to a British soldier, "If we do not drive you out from among us, our children shall scream in the wombs of our women. Our children shall not go hungry, that's why. Our children shall not go mad, that's why. They shall not cultivate this land with stones in their hearts, that's why." When our children are born, they must be free. You will call them Accompong forever.
I saw Father Abraham stretch forth the palm of his right hand to take me over. Jordan came. I thought I saw my father Abraham stretch forth the palm of his right hand.
children, we live what we learn. When we learn the history of the Maroons, we learn their struggles, sacrifices, and their triumphs. We begin to live as they did. I'm not saying that we need to run away to the hills, but we can learn to fight and preserve our rich traditions and history, just as the Maroons did. Come with me as I step into history and together explore the culture of the Maroons. The arrival of the British in Jamaica in 1655 saw intense fighting between them and the Spanish for control of the island. During this time, hundreds of slaves escaped into the interior of the island and formed their own communities. They lived as an independent country within our country, Jamaica. The British called them Maroons. The word is said to be derived from the Spanish word cimarron, which means wild and unruly. At the time, the Maroons were divided into two groupings. They were the Leeward Maroons and the Windward Maroons. The Windward Maroons included Moore and Charlestown in Portland, Scots Hall in St. Mary, and Nannytown in St. Thomas. The Leeward Maroons included locations in Trelawneytown in St. James and Accompong in St. Elizabeth. They conducted raids on the plantations while simultaneously freeing slaves. The Maroons say it was under the Kinda, or one family tree, that Colonel Kojo assembled the Ashanti, Coromantee, and Congo tribes to plan attacks against the British. Unable to defeat them, the British signed treaties. The first Maroon Treaty was signed by the Leeward Maroon leader, Kojo, on the 1st of March 1739. A second treaty was signed by the Windward Maroon leader, Quao, on the 23rd of December 1739. A year later, a treaty was signed by Nane. She is described as the most celebrated leader of the Moortown Maroons. The treaties gave the Maroons a certain amount of land on which their descendants still live. The Maroon communities operate as a country within a country. They have their own laws and their own leaders who are referred to as colonels. Accompong's right or condition of self-government was affirmed by the government of Jamaica when the island gained independence in 1962. The history and cultural traditions of Jamaica's Maroons are predominantly African-based. These traditions are accurately preserved and transmitted from one generation to another due to strong oral traditions. The Maroon oral storytelling tradition goes back hundreds of generations. Oral tradition is not limited to words. It includes chants, the beating of the gumbe, and other drums and reenactments, such as the wearing of foliage as garlands to symbolize how their ancestors camouflaged themselves to defeat the British. In Jamaica, the Maroons teach their children linguistic skills featuring African words, how to communicate with the Abeng through song and the raw rhythmic sounds of the drums. and cultural awareness is said to help us develop a positive sense of identity, self-esteem, and belonging. According to experts, this sense of belonging forms the foundation for emotionally balanced children. The traditional songs of the Maroon's ancestors, as well as the dances and drumming being taught to the younger generation, allows them to tap into a better sense of self. Ensuring the younger generation embrace their cultural heritage is one of the pillars of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport under the guidance of Culture Minister Olivia Grange. During the Accompong Maroon celebrations in January 2020, she joined the dancers whose age spanned 3 generations. Folktales and ballads are also used by the Maroons to convey information about their food culture. brings us together like food. From the plate to the palate, all cultures form their own culinary traditions. The Maroons were unique in how they prepared dishes, from the ingredients to the cooking methods. The result is a cuisine that is authentic and flavorful as the Maroons themselves. These traditions also provide for cultural togetherness. Each year at 10 a.m. on Kojo's birthday, January 6th, the Maroons meet at the Kinda tree to renew their traditional rites and to honor their ancestors. The tree is said to be sacred and symbolic of family unity. There they prepare unsalted pork and ritually make their way to the Peace Cave. On January 6, 2020, Maroons from the Charlestown joined with the Accompong Maroons to celebrate 282 years of the signing of the peace treaty.
Yanking Pong, bless all smarty pray. Chang Pong Nani, come Sikkim Beba. All protocols be observed at this moment. I want to greet you all from the community of Charlestown, all the way over there in West Portland, under the Blue Mountain. Today we are here to celebrate with Accompong this day, the Maroon Treaty Day. Of course, the theme that Accompong has chosen is actually an excellent theme. It's preservation of culture while maintaining the future. How can we preserve our culture and maintain our future? That's the first question we all need to ask ourselves. Are we preserving our culture and maintaining our future? Is there a possibility that in the near future that we will still have culture within our hands? Our foreparents had fought long and hard so that we can stand here today, or we can sit here today within this function to talk about preservation of culture. We have to, and when I say have to, I mean we have to most definitely look into what we have to preserve. We have a wealth that no one, and when I say no one, the government of Jamaica don't have that wealth. If they want to know about our culture, they have to come to us. If the ambassadors want to know about our culture, they have to come to us. So we have something indeed that worth preservation. Now it is important that we go out there. We do not only just talk that we are a Maroon and that we are in a Maroon community, but we talk about what our foreparents had fought for. Why is it important for us to preserve and protect and to take care of so that we can pass it on? That's maintaining. We are going to actually show you some of what our preservation is through dance, songs, and drumming. Medasi. Medasi.
Preservation of the Maroon culture is a means of educating us about values and traditions. It also provides some amount of accuracy and clarity about the history of our island home Jamaica. As we move into the digital age, we need to carry our great history with us into the brave new world. The Maroons are a significant part of our past. They are symbols of self-reliance, determination, and freedom. They are our ancestors and they created a path for our independence. But just as the Maroons shaped the past, it falls to us as Generation Next to ensure that we shape the present. We can't have a bright future if we don't have the past. To preserve the vital history of the Maroons is to preserve a much-needed link to our ancestors. I'm Garel Samuels.
Used to blow whenever we have a meal or someone die. Yeah, we blow it like this.
Immaculate Conception High School Symphony Orchestra, with over 70 members, directed by world-renowned conductor Stephen Woodham, is known for its amazing performances and groundbreaking work. Another milestone they will create is the performance of the world premiere of Jamaican composer Andrew Marshall's work called the Concacaba Abeng Symphony. It's specially written for the Immaculate Conception High School Symphony Orchestra. The work is seen as extremely powerful and groundbreaking, as it incorporates Jamaican traditional instruments, including the Abeng.
I was given this instrument called the Abeng, and at first I was just like, oh my gosh, I don't know if I can learn this, because, you know, like the baritone has this thing called a mouthpiece, so it was easier to make sound, but this doesn't have anything, you know, you just have to blow in there. So I was just like, I can't do this, but you know, I just practiced every day, and then eventually I got it. So to get a lower pitch note, you put your hand inside the instrument, so. And to get a higher pitch note, you would take your hand out.
Well, a symphony orchestra normally has, you know, the strings, the violin, violas, cellos, the brass and woodwind section. It also has percussion as well. With this particular orchestra, we have incorporated traditional Jamaican instruments, and we're talking about the Abeng, we're talking about the chromanti drums, we're having, you know, all the various instruments that we have. And it's very, very interesting what we've put together with all of this. And it is a unique flavor and a real sense of identity.
The Abeng Symphony is a musical narrative of the history of the Maroons in Jamaica.
It helps to not only narrate a specific moment in time. This is a great Maroon War between the colonial forces at the time. But what it does is that it helps us to examine in an artistic way, a musical way, our own tradition, the strains of what we've had, the West African culture, we've had the European culture, we have mixes of other influences from Asia and everywhere. And this particular symphony helps us to show and to really examine these particular qualities as well.
The Abeng Symphony will be performed across the island and hopefully North America and Europe.
This particular work that we have is actually a significant work. It's not many orchestras that can claim their own sort of work that has been dedicated to them. And not only that, is that this particular symphony orchestra that we have with these young, very talented students, which also incorporates a choir as well, by the way, is quite significant, and it has a unique voice, and this is really very interesting. I've been invited before to Paris to see if we could probably play there, and I was always very curious, what would we carry, what sort of music? And it is not a matter of simply doing a folk song or some familiar pop music. This particular work that we have is an artistic endeavor. And we are the interpretive artists for Andrew Marshall's work, and it really is quite significant.
The members of the orchestra say they are honored to be a part of the groundbreaking Concacraba Abeng Symphony.
It's not common to see a symphony orchestra playing a Jamaican piece that has to do with the heritage of the country, and with different instruments such as the Abeng and certain drums that we have. It's original, it's an original piece, and it's very different from what you would normally hear other orchestras play.
Accompong village, the Maroon town of Accompong. This is a place where 283 years ago, Captain Kojo and his band of Ashanti warriors took on the British and won a war. And on this day, 283 years ago, the treaty, the peace treaty was signed by the Maroons with the British, which gave them acres of land in this part of Jamaica, the cockpit country, and there was to be a state within a state. In other words, the British government who ran Jamaica had to see them as another country run by themselves. And so we are here in great celebration on this day. It's not like it was before. And so with me I have Sister Barbara Blake Hannah, who is one of those wonderful matriarchs of this country. Tell us about how you feel being up here and when last you come here.
First of all, it's a real honor to be here on behalf of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport. It's a wonderful occasion. I am just so proud to be part of a celebration of something that's just so important in Jamaican history, because to know that some of us fought the British and won freedom to set an example that went right on down until today. I am really honored to be among these people. It's not the first time I've been here, it's actually only the second time I've been here. But I was here once more for the celebration, and it's wonderful to be part of the virtual celebration now, because that's an innovation. Yes, right. That's real history, and I love how it's going. I love what we're doing, because I think this year we're even sharing more history. In the past, I used to watch it on TV, and you'd see some speeches and you would see some dances, but you just got a little bit of it, maybe the icing on the cake. Yeah. But now we've gone right down to the depths, and I really love that. I really am proud to be part of this celebration. Well, you're the man that knows more of the history than I, so share some of the history with people.
Well, one of my favorite images is Kojo. I just sort of in my head, I see him sitting down on a tree stump, right? Watching the British, because when you're defeated, you gotta come to sign the treaty with me.
Yes.
I don't come to you.
Yes.
So he watching them journeying up the hill. And you just sit there watching it and proud. and I'm saying, Ashanti warrior, that makes me very proud.
Yes.
That makes me very proud. And for that reason alone,
yes,
it is good to be here.
But think of the wars that they fought, you know, to think that people who ran away from a slave plantation into the jungle. Look at the jungle is just as it was then. With nothing. Maybe they had a stick. They had no weapons. They had to go and seize weapons. They had to use the knowledge they had from Africa to fight the battles, the strategies that they brought with them from Africa, and to fight battles against an army that was trained, that was equipped, that was ready to fight. To fight battles and win is such an achievement.
But Sister Barb, guess what?
Mm-hmm.
You see, we love bush.
Yes.
We know the Ashanti people.
Oh.
How could anybody think they could march up and hide in full red? The British were wearing full red. And you know what the Maroons did? They covered themselves with the trees.
Yes, yes.
Camouflage themselves.
Exactly.
And I know that is where camouflage comes from. The camouflage that the army wears.
Yes.
Came from the Maroons.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
It looks like trees,
exactly.
Different colored leaves.
That is what it was.
You're so right. We set a precedent there again.
Exactly.
Well, you know, there's an excellent book that's been written about the Maroons by Beverly Carey that gives a lot of the history. And it goes into such depth and detail of what life was like. It actually, in fact, inspired me to write a novel based on the life of the Maroons. Well, my favorite Maroon is Queen Nanny.
You know that.
Because she's a woman, you know. I mean, we got to big up the women. And the women were warriors too, you know. The women were warriors right here in Accompong.
Absolutely.
She wasn't the only female warrior.
No,
she was just the best known and the one who fought the hardest and took the battle over to the other end of the island, so that from both sides of the island we could fight that battle for our freedoms. So,
talking about women.
About women?
They're in the Sam Sharp War.
Yes.
You remember there was a woman on the plantation, on the
Tolocastle Estate.
Yes.
On the 27th of December.
Yes.
When they realized that the freedom wasn't coming. It was a woman who took a torch and she went up to the torch house and she lit the torch house.
Yes.
Saying, I know I will die for this, but at least my children will be free. And she lit the torch house, and that was the start of the Sam Sharp War.
I don't know why you all think that women are any less than men in this battle thing, you know.
Gave her a name.
Yes,
she called her Fire.
All right, an appropriate name.
Appropriate name.
But I mean, go back to Africa to Queen Nzinga.
Ah.
With there are many warriors. Empress Taitu helped the Battle of Adwa, helped her husband Menelik at the Battle of Adwa. We women are fighters. I mean, we have to fight to bring forth children into the earth. Think of the actual act of giving birth. Think what it was like for the Maroon women to give birth in these hills, using their own native knowledge of how to birth a child and to grow a child in the middle of nowhere. Ah, you know, you have to be proud.
Get them totally entrenched
yes.
in their culture and in their heritage.
I have to be proud. You know, the treaty that was signed said a lot of things and gave freedoms that are still cherished, freedoms that even you and I as ordinary Jamaicans don't have.
Right.
Freedom, it gave them land. You and I don't have no land, you know.
Speak it out again. Speak it again.
You and I don't have no land. Gave them land, although Colonel will tell us that they took off the north of the number of acres.
Part, yes.
They still got some land, and this is their territory.
Yeah.
We drove into free country when we came here this morning.
Absolutely.
And that's something we can really be proud of. Can look at the people who live here, the indigenous Maroons, and be proud of that freedom that they have. I love that.
I love that too.
Yes.
To me, as Jamaicans, we need to be more interested in knowing this kind of things. And our schools, our educators, this place should have a pilgrimage every 6th of January with children from schools. Because it may just make some of our young people change their behavior.
Oh.
I mean, if as a young boy you walk up into a place like this and realize that your ancestors fought for your freedom, died for your freedom, you go back home and go to school.
That's a very good point to make.
Deal with your education.
That's a very good point to make. You know, in Brazil, there were Maroons in Brazil.
Right.
Their settlements are very much esteemed. Their settlements are as much tourist visiting spots as this Maroon Accompong is, you know? And we don't realize when we live outside of Jamaica or outside of our traditional spaces, we live in England or America, we don't realize, we don't know how to be proud of the things we have achieved. I think that what happens to us in terms of racism in other countries wouldn't be so effective if we were really able to stand proud as the children of warriors.
As the children of warriors.
So I agree with you. I don't think we know enough of our history. Because if we did, we could really be even more proud.
Can you imagine?
And Maroons are very proud people.
Yes.
They don't want you, if you're not a Maroon, to say you're a Maroon, you know. But
no, you're not allowed to.
Sometimes some of us have to sort of tiptoe in and say, I'm a guest Maroon.
Well, you're a guest. I'm an honorary Maroon.
You're an honorary Maroon. Okay,
I get a status over the years. No, but you're right.
Yes.
I once said to some young people, the British, the white people can trace their heritage all the way back to 1066.
Yes.
We can barely know our great-grandfather.
Yes.
But what if we found out that our ancestor was a chief in Africa?
Yes.
How would we walk?
Many were.
How would we talk?
Many were. We should assume that they were. We should assume that the people who were exported were the best.
Were the best.
That's why, and look at Jamaica, they say that they dropped off the best ones here first, the ones that gave the most trouble on the boats.
Yes.
So that's why we Jamaicans have that little thing, that thing that sets us apart
Buffalo
as a people.
soldiers.
Yes, yes.
Fighting on arrival, fighting for survival.
You know, after the treaty was signed, there's a lot of controversy about what happened because people want to say, well, the Maroons took back freed slaves, you know, or slaves who escaped after the treaty was signed. But, you know, Beverly Carey says something in her book. She says, the Maroons said, look, we fought for 80 years, and in that 80 years, we told you all, come and stay with us, come and be with us. And you all said, no, me all right under Master, you know, Master feed me and Master give me house to live in. And they stayed. So when you come now and we've already signed and told the British, okay, we'll draw a line here. We who have escaped, this is the totality of Maroons. We unfortunately have to live by what we signed to get our freedom.
That's what war is about.
Yes, because to get your freedom, you have to make concessions. You have to agree that whenever the militia is called up, all free men must join the militia. Well, the militia used to be only the white planters, but the freedmen now included Maroons, and the white planters would say, well, the Maroons are the best warriors. So put them out front, let them go first. And I think that was one of the negatives the Maroons endured as a part of the treaty. But they had to stand up to the terms of the treaty. They were honorable men, and they had to adhere to the principles. So we've got to understand that and not see any negatives in that in any way. Because at the end of the day, here we are free. Look around us. And with that same freedom, we're fighting to preserve what's left of the cockpit country. We're fighting to preserve what's left of it because of those same freedoms that the Maroons fought for, and because it's part of Maroon territory. So, you know, you've got to big up the Maroons. You've got to show enough respect.
And Accompong, let's remember that there are four Maroon communities, but Accompong is where we are today, the land of Captain Kojo. Moortown is Nanny, and you know, some people don't know that Nanny and Kojo were brother and sister. And so it's and there's another brother named Accompong. And Kwao, who was a child linked to Charlestown. So these were persons who decided by their Ashanti heritage that they were not going to be agreeable to be anybody's property. As Garby said in later years, coming from what he had seen, masters of our own destiny. We just have to. We were in Africa running our own thing, and we can't come here and be subjugated by others to be what chattels? No.
Exactly.
And so the Maroons resisted, and we are proud of that.
You know, as a Rasta, I have to say that Rastas are the modern day Maroons. We stand up for those same principles of freedom, those same principles of holding on to our African heritage, of knowing our African history, of being proud of our African history. So, I mean, there the tradition continues again. The tradition continues. It never stops.
No.
Because we are Africans. We're Africans.
And that's one of our issues, you know.
Yes.
The Indians know they come from India. The Chinese will tell you they come from China. And the whites will tell they're Europeans. Black people love to say we are Jamaicans, we're not from Africa. Or we are...
We're proud of our citizenship.
You understand?
Because we fought hard for the citizenship.
But we must have to realize that apart from citizenship, there's identity. There is identification with once upon a time. In the beginning. There has to be an in the beginning.
Exactly.
And I must share that with both Rastafari, because Rastafari was responsible for bringing Africa to the centrality of Jamaican culture.
Thank you. Again. Through Marcus Garvey. Through following in the footsteps of that great African Marcus Garvey.
Oh my gosh.
Who said, you know, look to Africa, where a new king will be crowned. And so we see a king that we can look up to, the oldest Christian civilization in the world, the center of Africa. We are so proud. So we bring that sensibility once again and join with the Maroons. I mean, I'm so glad to be here today. I
look forward to being here every year. It's like a pilgrimage.
I couldn't take the crowds before, you know. I'd see the pictures of the crowds and I'd say, oh no. But today is a nice, quiet day.
A nice, quiet. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, it is.
And what is good about it, PBCJ is carrying this thing, and people are seeing it all over the world.
People ask me from California, from Minnesota, from Canada, from England for links, and people are watching it right now.
Right now.
People are watching you and me. That's so wonderful. That's what makes this celebration especially nice.
Especially nice.
COVID didn't do us anything bad this year. COVID did us good. It enabled us to share more of this very important history.
With the world.
With the world.
Yeah, with this, there are no barriers.
Yes.
There are no flight barriers, no accommodation barriers. People are in the comfort of your home, and you're watching, and you're seeing, and you're learning, and you're feeling good.
Yes.
You're feeling good.
You know, you big up PCBJ, have to big up CPTC, have to big up JIS, but
and the ministry.
I was going to say I have to big up my minister.
Oh, Minister Grange,
who has headed this arrangement completely, as she always does, and the principal director of culture, Miss Joanne Archibald. I've got to give those two ladies. Here we go, women again.
The nanny of culture.
The nanny of culture. Yes,
Minister Grange.
That's what the Colonel called her. Yes, she's a Maroon nanny.
An amazing woman who has done so much culturally.
Yes, yes.
And so the ministry is here.
Yes.
There's a recount.
Sorry. Are we 6 feet apart? Yes, I think we are.
We are.
That's okay.
You see, the interesting thing, you know, I was speaking to one of our ambassadors in Africa, and they were saying that the COVID protocols are having problems here because in Africa, you know, you have to treat your elders a certain way.
Yes.
And the idea of elbowing elders don't work. So the Africans have a serious issue. How do I greet?
Yes,
so,
that is the proper way. That to bow is always excellent.
But we know we are going...
Excuse me. I'll do the bow.
When I go, so you say, excuse me.
Excuse me. I'll bow. I'm crazy. Yes. It is the way
No,
to
it
go.
is the way.
Wow.
And one of the things about Maroons is that they've kept the culture going.
Yes.
They've kept the African culture alive.
I was noticing, you know, when we were up under the kinder tree a little earlier this morning, that the beat, the Maroon drum beat is different.
Yes.
It's nothing at all like the reggae drum beat. In fact, I realized that's the Maroon beat. It was very interesting for me to be there to hear and see the drummers and hear the Abeng being blown like music. Very interesting. I got a real close-up view of all of that.
The Abeng.
Yes.
The first cell phone.
Yes. The culture that they retain is so important.
Absolutely.
Because it's ours.
It's
ours.
And more of us need to identify with it.
Yes. I don't think we know.
I don't think. Yes.
I don't think we're proud enough.
Yes. I just yearn for the time when we all Jamaican would walk like so.
Yes.
Because we have done much. This country, through the Maroons, through Rastafari, through Garvey, we have given the world far more than any other state in the world.
Drop another name, Kamala Harris. Drop another
drop,
name.
We cannot drop no Orlando Patterson. Drop another name.
Drop
you
some
say
more
Bolt.
names. Yeah, let us not forget Mr. Bolt.
Oh,
you know,
and Miss Shelly
Ann. Yes,
and so on.
You know, and Bob Marley. Give Bob Marley his due.
Can I tell you?
Oh wow, Bob Marley, who took our name around the world again. With that phrase, one love. That universal love that the whole world must be dealing with. He reminded us of the message of the Christ, who the Ethiopians we are celebrating from tonight into tomorrow. The message of the Christ, one love. He's telling it in a new words and send it around the world. Every single country in the world knows that phrase now, one love. Knows that song.
One love.
Everybody is singing that song.
One love.
Yes, it's from Jamaica, it's from us.
Some years ago, I was in Argentina, there's this lady, she could not speak a word in English. But every time she saw me on any morning, she said, Sydney, Bob Marley, one love.
Oh, you see what I mean.
All she could say.
Yes. The minister says when she took reggae to UNESCO for it to be inscribed, yes. And it finished and she said, okay, and I'm going to sing One Love. The entire hall broke into song, One Love. Everybody from every country around the world knows the song and sings it with heart, because that's what it means, the unification of all people.
Right.
That's what the world is supposed to be about, that one humanity. That's why racism is so stupid. You know, it's like you don't have no sense, you know. But we are here. We, the Maroons, came and fought for that freedom for us to stand here today and say one love.
Because when Kojo did it, he did it not just for the Maroons, but for black people everywhere.
Exactly.
It was a struggle against an oppressor.
Yes.
That when you defeat the oppressor here,
yes,
the oppressor stands defeated everywhere.
Exactly. I'll give a shout out to the Black Lives Matter movement in America and in England, because they're watching it in England. The Black Lives Matter movement in England is watching this right now.
Absolutely.
You know, and black lives do matter.
It does.
What the Maroons fought for, all the struggles against
all the
slavery.
struggles against slavery.
The sacrifices.
In this country.
The sacrifice.
The resistance is sacrifice.
The blood that was shed.
Oh my gosh.
The blood that was shed.
And you know, Sister Barb, it's two ways, you know. Some were determined to die rather than be in slavery.
Absolutely.
And some were determined to live,
yes,
to get rid of slavery.
Ah, good point. Two battles.
Two battles,
yes,
inside one individual.
Yes, yes,
Do I jump overboard? Do I destroy myself to get rid of this thing? Or do I stay alive so that my children at some point will be free?
Or so that I can kill the slave master?
Absolutely.
Personally.
Did I say absolutely?
Which would you have been? Would you have jumped overboard or would you have
No,
stayed
man, I have to fight.
Yes.
No, me not the fight.
Me too, you know.
Yes.
I think that's why I'm here.
Yes.
I think that's why I'm here
We are
today.
here because the race need fighters right now.
Yes. Yes.
Are you ready to stand up and fight the right revolution, as Dennis Brown said?
Yes.
We have to realize that that's where we are.
That's the sacrifice of George Floyd last year inspired so many of us to continue to fight the right revolution.
The right
to
revolution.
Get involved and fight it again.
And the world is not the same again.
Here we bring the Maroon Army. The Maroon Army is standing right with us. All of them.
Right with us.
All of them.
Everyone.
Spirits are here today, you know. Enough spirits there today.
Every challenge we have has been overcome.
Yes.
Enough.
Yes. Yes.
No, Lord, you know, so when you say they have a spirit, you're supposed to spin 3 times, you know.
True.
Oh, yes.
1, 2. Now I'm all tied up in my mouth. Thank you very much. Yes, rituals. Yes. You have to keep up with the rituals. Yes.
Spin 3 times.
Yes.
Because we got to recognize that our rituals are ours. It's a part of our heritage, part of our culture, and we must believe in it. We must share in it. Right? There are some people make you believe that the drums are pagan. The drums help to keep this place in militancy to ensure that we are able to be here today like this instead of on a plantation cutting cane.
It spoke the messages that kept us connected.
Absolutely.
It was the first telephone. The first virtual telephone. Yes, absolutely.
Them are come.
Yes, the first internet.
The first internet.
Yes.
In the middle of the jungle. Amazing.
Historic moment. Look at the sunshine. Look how beautiful the sunshine is.
Historic moment.
Yes.
And so
surrounded by hills.
Surrounded by the hills. Surrounded by the hills of Accompong.
Yes.
And what beautiful hills.
This is what they fought for. This is the beauty they fought for. Had to be, you know.
The hills were, the hills flex their muscle. PM Sherlock has a poem about Long Mountain.
Yes.
And it's called Pocomania, really. It's a Long Mountain rise. Flex your muscles, raise to the skies.
What?
Yes. The mountains of Jamaica.
Because look what it was like when there were no houses between us and the mountains.
Can you imagine?
Yes, I can.
When people had to find their way through the bush.
Yes.
Coming to fight the Maroons.
Yes.
You British.
And there are rivers flowing, you know. There's water flowing, streams constantly nourishing us. Birds, fruit trees. Everything we needed if we were prepared to make the sacrifice and leave the comforts, can you call it comforts, of the plantation and come into the jungle and make a life.
Create a whole community.
Yes.
That became a country.
Yes, that became a country. You're so right.
Can you imagine?
You're so right.
Sometimes we do not sell or market our achievements enough.
Yes, yes. I think today we're doing that. I
Yeah.
think we're really doing that today. This is a very special day.
Very special
and
day.
The fact that it's all on record, we're going to be able to go and play it again and again and again. And excerpts from today we can play again and again to remind us and need to be, you know, in these new times, in these new days. You know, the world is almost reborn because of COVID. New ways, new systems, but new thoughts, new things to hold dear, new things to elevate. You know, that's really important to me.
That's one of the major positives of COVID.
Yes.
That we have been able to stand down. We have been able to just look at what we are doing. We have to reflect on the past. We are able to reflect on life and look again at our achievements.
Yes.
Look again at the things we have missed along the way.
Yes. And
re-examine and reinterpret the various elements of who we are.
And see what's valuable, see what's really worth preserving.
Yeah.
And it's not monetary, you know, because money almost became useless.
The new God.
Yes, but no, it almost became useless this because of COVID, because you can't
do a thing with it.
Yeah, jobs are gone, businesses are gone. So what do you preserve? How do you preserve what remains?
The individual.
Yes.
And our relationship with each other.
Ah.
Our relationship with each other.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, it's about relationships.
Yes.
How do we relate to each other?
Yes.
So that we don't kill each other. So
Yes.
that we don't belittle each other.
Yes.
But we uplift.
Yes. And bring the children with us. Bring the children with us.
Yes.
Teach the children the new things.
Yes.
Because that's the generation now, you know.
Absolutely.
We are old, you know. We've done it. It's what we have left behind for the children that are coming.
Absolutely.
And I hope we've left good messages for them, that they will honor us for what we have done and what we have taught them. I think that's really important.
Yes.
Really important.
Yeah. Okay. So here we are in Accompong town. Here we are in Accompong town.
Yes.
And as we are here, we want to just really and truly say to you, if you couldn't be here, at least we have been able to share with you some of the great moments we have been able to bring to you.
Yes.
Come on, Sister Barb. and don't get us wrong, you know. Sister Barb is a what the word, icon in her own right, because she did some things in the UK years ago as the first Jamaican, first Rastafari person to do so many things, and all of it is coming from the fact that we have a glorious heritage.
Yes.
So here they come.
Oh, lovely.
Here they come. These are the Maroons who went down to the Peace Cave, and they have now come back up in a militant march, coming to the monument, camouflaged as they were in the days of the past. And we're watching them as they arrive at the Kojo monument to continue this afternoon's celebration. It's a wonderful thing, and they've been doing it for 283 years. That is amazing.
I'm so glad to be seeing it myself firsthand. You know, I'm a real tourist here.
That is amazing.
Yes.
And so we bring it to you as it happens here in Accompong town on January 6th, 2021.
Lovely, lovely.
I'm Sidney Bartley.
I'm Barbara Blake Hanna.
And it was good speaking with you.
It was a real pleasure speaking with you all. One love, one love, always.
283 years ago, the Maroons, they were marching saying, "Clear road, oh, clear road, oh, clear the road, oh, we're coming, we are come, clear road, oh, we are come, we done win the war, Kojo fight, the fight is over, and we're clearing the road, so move out of the way, clear road, oh, move out of the way, we win the war, we done win the war, clear road, oh, clear road, oh, clear road, oh. So who won't come? Kojo done win, we done win, we not going to over, we win the war, the treaty signed, clear road, oh, come out of my way, come out of my way, come out of my way. So this is a march that is significant, that happened 283 years ago, after the Leeward Maroons won the war against the British. Remember, the British at that time was the superpower in the world. They were well known across the world. And our Maroon ancestors, enslaved people who were taken from their homeland in Ghana, they came forth and waged war with the British for over 83 years. And that war has given us the freedom to govern ourselves. The rights of that war, the treaty, has given us the freedom to govern ourselves, to own lands as was bequeathed or inherited by way of the treaty. So what is going on now, and for those who are able to see, you're seeing different dance moves, and we continue to clear road, clear road, clear road, Maroon, clear road, clear road, clear road. What our ancestors achieved for us is not an ordinary feat. Remember, they were taken in slave ships in very inhumane conditions. lived on the stench of each other. Some died along the way. Some died and were thrown overboard because they were under the brutal attack of slave masters. Today, in Accompong, because of the fortitude, because of the strength, because of the stick-to-itiveness, because of the unity, we can, here in Accompong, continue to celebrate the legacy that has been left for us by our ancestors. So the march is not an ordinary march. It's a significant march, particularly at this time, 2021, when there are persons all over still trying to get a sense of who we are as a people. What do we have as a people? So what is happening here on 6th of January is significant because of the lives that were lost, of the blood that was shed, because our ancestors from Ghana believed that they had a right to stay free. So we here in Accompong are beneficiary of that right. The right to stay free, the right to govern ourselves, and the right to live as human beings.
Yeah. Well, I think now find out to send somebody for it. You can send somebody for it.
One goal or a case or a case of marshal.
Basically, that's what I'm saying. That's what you can be with them. Yeah, but I'm sure it's not the hand the drummer beat it like a white shot over that. So one man with the camera do it.
Maroon.
Greetings, I'm Leticia Bohartsing, and we're live here at the Kinder Tree here in Accompong. We've been here for a couple of hours, and I can tell, though there's COVID restriction, and I see people are adhering to the restrictions, the celebration and the vibe and the feeling of our ancestors are still present. We're here at the Kinder Tree. Today we started, there was a march, and we're right here now trying to capture what's happening. There's a break, there was some drumming. You caught me having a piece of the roast yam. Now, they're at the part in the ceremony where they're having their traditional meal, the roast yam and pork. In the part of the ceremony where they have the pork has to be specific. It has to be from a male pig, it has to be black, no salt, no seasoning. And as you can see, they are diving in, and it's a lot of excitement around this part. Now, they've gone to the cave, some of the elders, and when they come back, we're going to be moving from here, and we're going to start another set of ceremony. We're going to be doing another march, and we will take it from there.
Everybody's calling your name. Corona, the world is
Countries like China's been blamed. People life is no game. Yeah, this is Luchi, aka me and Tony Cat with a song. And right now, me at the Maroon Festival, eating some pork and roast yam. You know, 6th of January in Accompong. COVID of the population list still, but you know, we're good. Enjoying ourselves. Peace.
Okay, I am Colonel Ferran Williams of the Accompong Maroon. Earlier, somebody asked me what's the significance about this year and the other year as far as the celebration is concerned. Today, if you look around, you'll see a small amount of persons compared to the other years, where you would have hundreds, thousands of people here. We have been observing the COVID protocol because COVID is real. As such, we would not want none of our villages, not one single one, because even if one person should catch the COVID, the fact that we are a closely knit community, it would be a wipeout. As such, I would want to see the community to continue to prosper after this pandemic is over. Therefore, the kinder tree, as you see, and the drumming and so on, everybody you look at, you will see they are in the mass, and we are observing the social distance. We have been impacted in such a way that we have to be doing it live by Zoom. Need not to say that PBCJ is our source of information going out there, along with the government of Jamaica. Honorable Minister Grange, as you know, if it wasn't for this pandemic, she would be here live in person. This year, she has donated a bus to the Accompong Maroon for us to continue to show our culture, our heritage, and to have us continue to educate our young ones, not only Maroons, but out in the wider Jamaica. A great lot, because former time, we would have to be paying like 100,000 and upward when we are to go to our brothers and sisters in the east. That is the Windward Maroons. We are the Leeward Maroons. And it would cost anywhere from 95 to 100,000. Come this year, after the COVID pandemic, we will not be paying any bus driver or anybody to carry us there. We'll have our own transport. We'll have our own drivers, Maroon, who will take us there and back. And, you know, one thing with us as Maroon, whatever we do, and as the saying goes, when the going get rough, when the going get tough, that is the time the Maroons get going. Because we did not come here under any easy circumstances. Throughout from the motherland, we have been fighting for our freedom, and it takes us, the British, not for 1 minute did they ever win a skirmish. This very tree that we are standing under now, that's where Kojo used to have his war council. This tree is over 300 years old, and it was easily concealed the Maroons when they were having their war council. Our children, from age 3, they have been taught the Maroon history, heritage. So even a 3-year-old, if you see one and you ask who they are, who are the Maroon, they will tell you that we are the first freedom fighter in the entire Western Hemisphere.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Hello, everybody in the area. Good afternoon. It's a glorious day. It's a good day. It's an important day. And we want everybody to stand because I think we are queued for the national anthem. Can I invite all of us, wherever we are, to stop what we're doing, stand properly. There'll be 2 anthems played, the national anthem of Jamaica and the Maroon anthem for Accompong. So for both anthems, we're asking everybody, including the people that are under the tree near to me, to stand and prepare for the anthem, please.
Of the land of the free, we salute our ancestors' bravery, thus won the victory. Let freedom ring on high, from sea to sea. Lord, let our prayers ascend, for only on thee we depend. Grant us wisdom, courage, strength, and power to commit to duty's call. We protect thee, we preserve thee, we defend thee. One heart, one mind, one nation, cockpit country, strong and free. One heart, one mind, one nation, Accompong town, strong and free. One heart, one mind, one nation, Accompong town, strong and free.
Could you remain standing while I invite Ms. Norma Rowe Edwards to lead us in prayer for this part of the proceedings? Can you remain standing, please? Reverence to God above for prayer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to God in prayer. Father, we give you thanks for this day. This is a day you have made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you, Father God, that you are the one who prepared for us. You are God. There's none other than you. Father, we come here today in the tradition of our ancestors, first of all, to remember what you have done for us. Through them, we have a legacy. We have much to be thankful for. Father, in spite of what is happening across the world, we thank you for COVID. We thank you because in spite of what is happening around the world, we are able to gather here today in the tradition, in the legacy, and go forward, knowing that it is your spirit, knowing that it is your help that has kept us this far, knowing, Lord God, that we intend to depend on the power of your Holy Spirit as we go forth in 2021 and beyond. Father, look at the beautiful sky you have prepared for us. Look at the beautiful day. You have given us life, and that's so much to be thankful for. God, I have sinned and come short of your glory. Forgive me, Lord. Forgive us all of all our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Father, this is no ordinary celebration. We're here today in the midst of mourning for one of our own who died, who left us a few days ago. We thank you, God, for her life. We thank you that the proceedings today will go forth. We cannot do anything. There is no time in your book. You are a timeless God. So we thank you that today's proceedings will go forth and that everything that we do will give you honor and give you glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
"283 years ago, right here in Accompong town, a historic activity took place that meant everything to the rest of Jamaica, to the rest of the Caribbean, and to the rest of the British Empire. For the first time, it was shown that African people could defeat one of the world's superpowers, because the Accompong warriors, led by Captain Kojo, defeated the British Army in a war that ended with the Treaty of 1738. Accompong town, clap on yourself. No. I didn't leave down so we come up here to get a fenke clap. Accompong town, clap on yourself like we know Maroon. And make enough noise, right? Because it's a very important thing. And many times we undervalue, we underplay the importance of things in our history. Many times we take for granted the things that have made us who we are. Many times we forget that the reason why we are here on a Wednesday at this time is because somebody died to ensure that slavery was abolished. Because if it was left to the Europeans, we would still be on a plantation cutting cane. So let's understand that the freedoms we live, the freedoms we experience, are not guaranteed. And it is well said that those who do not learn from history may be asked to repeat it. And so Accompong town, as we come to this celebration of the signing of the peace treaty between Captain Kojo and the Ashanti warriors of Accompong and the British Army. And we celebrate also the birthday of Captain Kojo. We are on holy ground, and we ask that we reverence this moment, even in this pandemic. Yes, last year, the place would have been flowing with people. The world has changed, and all kinds of things are no longer possible. But I always say to people, the only things that have been destroyed are the things created by man. All the things created by God continue as if there's no pandemic. The sun comes out, the moon comes out at night, and everything happens in the way God had it. So let's give thanks for the time that we have today. We may not have the crowd, but we have the bodies, we have the relationships, and we are able to celebrate in a real way today. 283 years. I must commend the chief and all the people of Accompong to keep this celebration every year, because I want us to remember that knowledge comes from memory. And if we do not memorialize activities, we forget them. And so we are here to celebrate with Accompong Town on this occasion. And if a lot of people in the world are not here, you might have crossed another barrier of Accompong Town, in that through PBCJ, through CPCC, through JIS, and the Facebook page in the Ministry of Culture, people all over the world have been calling in, because for the first time, a lot of them who had not known of this before are seeing Accompong Town all over the world. So what we have lost by physical presence, we've gained by strength of the internet. I'd like to invite, therefore, the Colonel Farron Williams, Colonel of Accompong, to welcome everyone and give his remarks. Colonel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me say good afternoon to all who have traveled far and wide to be here, even though I had asked that you stay home. I will observe the mayor, and he is here, and I know that the Minister of Culture, even though she's not here in present, her spirit is here with us today. And so far, to show that, we would have a lovely bus behind us here, which she had donated to the Maroon in Accompong, so that we can go and show not only Jamaica, but the world throughout that we are still alive, and our heritage, our culture will continue to go from world to world to world, and that our children from age 3 will continue to preach our heritage. Looking to my right, I have 3 brothers who have journeyed from Ghana to be with us in Accompong. They actually hear the message, stay home. They actually hear it late, and as such, they are still here. And Maroon all over, irrespective of what, as long as they observe the protocol, the COVID protocol, we welcome them with open arms. Sir, will you all please stand and recognize? Thank you for welcoming our people from the motherland. They're from the Ashanti tribe, Comanche to be exact. Now back to reality, back to the COVID thing. I've asked that everybody wear their mask, and so far I can say I'm proud to observe that we are adhering to the COVID protocol. And I can say to the Minister of Culture, who has also donated masks for us, thanks and thanks and thanks. And Madam, you are a Accompong mother, next to Nanny. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I am going to say, let us enjoy ourselves and we continue to live in unity. Before I depart this podium, however, I would want to observe a minute silence for one of our own who met an untimely death. I'll ask Mrs. Roe Edward to time. As usual, I done this and she was the timekeeper. She's here again and she will do the timekeeping for us. May her soul rest in peace. Thanks again, Minister Grange, and I can assure you that your gift will be well taken care of. And we in Accompong can't say too much thanks to you, ma'am. Thank you all for listening to me, and may God bless us. And those that traverse from other parts in Jamaica to be here with us to celebrate the birthday of Captain Kojo may return in good peace. Thanks again.
I just want to remind us that we are broadcasting live, so I'm also talking to people all over the world. And just to understand this day, earlier the Maroons gathered at the Kinder Tree, the tree where Captain Kojo used to have his war council, the family tree, and had a ritual of drumming and chanting. Then the Maroons went down to the Peace Cave where the treaty was signed, and then they marched back here for their militant march to this spot of the Kojo Monument and then the start of this ceremony. So a lot has been going on today. I also want to remind us that some of the things you will see, those of you who are watching on Zoom, on PBCJ, on JIS, CPTC, and the Facebook page of the ministry, some of the activities you will be seeing are packaged from an earlier activity because of the COVID protocol. We're not allowed, for example, to have performers physically in the space. And I'm reminding all of us who are here to maintain masks and to keep social distance as far as possible. Europe is closing down again. England is entirely closed. We don't want that to happen in Jamaica. And I'm sure you don't want that to happen in the sovereign state of Accompong. Our next item, therefore, is a performance from children of Accompong Town. Those who are viewing it will be viewing it on the screens. Children of Accompong Town in performance. Come on, you can see, clap them, clap them, man. Boy, Accompong people hungry today, boy. Every time them, nobody there. You're only dopey. He said nobody there, so I'm dopey. All right, but you know you go already. You can't complain. So everybody see the beautiful bus? The bus that belongs to Accompong. Clap the minister, please. Donated by the Minister of Culture. And as we go on, our next presentation is from a lady who is well known in the reparations movement, a lady who is well known as a leader of the African traditions in Jamaica, defending what needs to be defended to ensure that our people are compensated for what was done against them through our ancestors. Presenting to you one of our international stars of the reparation movement, a lady of substance, Professor Vereen Shepherd, Vice Chair of the CARICOM Reparation Commission and Director of the Center for Reparations Research at the University of the West Indies. Put your hands together as we welcome Professor Shepherd. While we're queuing up for Professor Shepherd, and this happens, obviously, we're doing some virtually and some in present, right here in Accompong town. So we've got to make those connections as we go and switch all the time. So bear with us as we continue. So instead, I'm calling upon a gentleman who is a leading figure in the parish of St. Elizabeth. A very good friend. One who once you call on him for anything to do with St. Elizabeth, he is ready to do something to make it happen. Help me welcome to the podium, especially Accompong. Well, me know you do if you do all St. Elizabeth. Anyway, His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Derek Sangster. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Master of Ceremonies, the energetic and effervescent Mr. Sid Bartley. You know, Sid is somebody like myself, you know. The more crowd there is, the more energized he is. And you can sense that sort of low-key energy in his voice today because the crowd is not here as in formative years. Nonetheless, thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Honorable Olivia Grange, who is with us in spirit on Zoom, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports. I believe the Honorable Floyd Green and the Honorable J.C. Hutchinson are also with us on the Zoom network. I believe that Mrs. Donna Parchment Brown, the ombudsman, is with us on Zoom as well. Yes. Is with us on Zoom as well. Let me embrace all others who might be on Zoom in terms of my welcome to them this morning. Colonel Farron Williams of the Maroons and the people of Accompong. Cultural groups, both those on the Zoom and those that might be present here in the body. Staff of the JCDC, Jamaica Cultural Development Commission, Ms. Casmarine Daly, the Regional Director, Mr. Andrew Miller, the Paris Manager. Let me say a special welcome to the gentlemen who have traveled from Ghana. It is most noble, I would say, of you, to have traveled all that journey. In spite of the world prevailing circumstances, to be with us here and to be with Colonel Williams this morning in the celebrations here at Accompong. Members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, who are always ever present to provide order and security for us. Members of the respective media houses and media bodies, welcome to you this morning. Ladies and gentlemen all, a pleasant good afternoon to you. Today, let me say that I'm indeed honored to be sharing once again in this year's celebration as we commemorate the 283rd anniversary of the signing of the Maroon Peace Treaty and birthday of none other than the great Captain Kojo. This great, rich annual festivities of our African ancestry, which Jamaicans and visitors alike from all over the world would at this time be converging on this historic village, will unfortunately not be possible because of the COVID-19 virus, which has claimed the lives of many, unfortunately, Jamaicans and others worldwide. The celebration of Kojo, the drumming, the dancing, the singing, and the display of our traditional foods and items will not be the norm this year because of this pandemic. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the new normal, and it is something that we have to accept for the time being. However, let us not be daunted by this pandemic. By holding this virtual celebration, you, Colonel, and the Maroons of Accompong are demonstrating that your spirit and your enthusiasm will not be dampened by the pandemic itself. I would dare say, sir, Colonel, that Kojo would be proud today. In fact, I believe he's smiling to see that the fire is still burning in his people in spite of the challenges that face them with this pandemic. I urge you to continue to protect yourselves for the greater good. Let me encourage you to continue the traditions and culture handed down to you so that generations to come, Colonel, will always be able to share in your rich history, or should I say our rich history, and to know their past. Because if you do not know your past, you cannot chart your way into the future. In closing, on behalf of the staff of the St. Elizabeth Municipal Corporation and the residents of the parish, I would like to express our sincere thanks to all frontline workers throughout the parish who have worked so hard and dedicated to ensure that this pandemic is kept under some measure of control within our parish. Colonel, my best wishes, my continued best wishes to you and your people, as together we continue to build our country, Jamaica, this land that we love. And it is my fervent hope, Colonel, ladies and gentlemen, that God's willing, next year this time, the thousands can be back here at Accompong when life shall have returned to normal. God bless you all. Enjoy the day.
Thank you, Mayor. The mayor said me low-key today. Yeah, it's true. Sometimes, one time I feel like every year I start a Accompong Town Maroon celebration, me always chant a song and everybody sing. But me have a feeling if me chant a song today, me want to go sing. And that not go sound good. But I'm going to see what's going to happen soon. I'm going to come back to that. Ladies and gentlemen of Accompong, boys and girls, it is a tremendous pleasure for us to have in our presence 3 of our brothers from the continent of Africa, from the Gold Coast, from Ghana, which is the heritage of the Jamaican people. And we're happy to have them. Let's give them a big round of applause. Then travel through many planes and come through enough struggle. But no mind, you never come through the ship with we. You no come by plane, you no lucky. All right. And I'm going to invite them. I'm told one is Kofi Opoko. Did I get it? Right? He's going to speak on behalf of them and just in a short address. I'd like us to welcome them. If you go to Ghana, and as you look at them, they look like anybody in Jamaica. And that is fascinating. And so it's their first time to Jamaica, by the way. So we welcome you to Jamaica, and we welcome you to Accompong, and we ask you to say a few words for us. I'm sorry, my name is only Sidney Bartley. It could be Ochinko Coco, but you don't know it go. Then take it away.
Praise the Lord. God, I believe the Almighty God. So every time I stand in a crowd of people, I always give thanks to the Lord. Without God, I cannot stand here. I know each and every one is the same thing. First of all, I want to thank God that He made a way for us. My brother, Kofi Antwi, my brother, Akwasi Frimpong. And we thank God for this young man here. He is the one orchestrated this thing here. He is the one led us here. In my heart, I wanted to be here. I read in the book, I heard it, and now I am here to be with my brethren. So I thank God for this day. For me to stand here is one of the blessed days in my life. When I talked to this young man, I said, if my foot step on this place, and even the Lord take me there, take me home, that is my blessed time. So I thank God to be here, each and every one of you. And I give encouragement for every one of you. We are one people. If we can be one people, one accord, there's nothing that can penetrate between us. So let us bound together. No matter what circumstance comes around our way, we are one. We cannot be broken. So I am happy to be here. I know, I heard from the history, Jamaica come from a word, Jamaica. Jamaica means perhaps we will not go back again. That is a Akan word, Jamaica, come from African word, Ashanti word. Jamaica come from African word, Jamaica. So we are standing here, we are all one. You are welcome in Africa. As our president, the new president, came to Ghana, he said, he set a special diaspora that anybody wishes Ghana is open for everyone. The president bid every one of you, bid welcome. So I'm here today. I am blessed to meet Mr. Kenna from Accompong town. And I'm blessed to meet my brother. Even the shirt that he's wearing, that sign called G Nyame, only God. So this place here is my home. Ghana is your home. You're welcome. I thank you for us to be here today, and it's a great blessing day. This is what I have to say to you. God bless you. And I want to pray one prayer, a little prayer to bless you people, because when we are one, without God we cannot live. So I just want to, this is not coincidence for us to stand here. It's a special day for us. God has brought us together once again. So I'm going to pray and bless every one of you. Open your heart, receive it. Our God is real. It's not God on the wall. We talk about God. God is object of worship, but the living God is reality. He talks, He heals, He cancels, He gives wisdom. So I'm going to pray for God, for us to dwell together in unity, in one accord. So join me as I'm going to pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. Before the foundation of this world, you saw us that today we're going to be here, and here we are. Lord, you bless other people. You bless other world. What do you to bless us? We are together again, praising the Lord. Father, we thank you. Let this place be a blessing. Oh God, if there's any sickness, the sickness that goes around, Father, you are the God who heals all our diseases. You tell us, Lord Jesus, let your guardian angel guard every one of them. Wherever they are, all over the world, put a hedge around them. And Father, we thank you. We appreciate you. Bless the elders in this country. Give them wisdom as you give King Solomon wisdom to bless his people. Father, the whole world go and seek wisdom from God from them. Father, anoint them and use them for your glory. In the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Kofi Opoko. Put your hands together again, come on. For the brother and the brothers, the Trinity. In Cape Coast Castle in Ghana, there is a dungeon where enslaved Africans were kept. And I had the privilege of going through that dungeon. And let me tell you something, the first time I did it was the first time it came to me as a stark reality that some relative of mine was in that dungeon at some point. And then when you go through the dungeon, you go through a dark passage to a big door called the Door of No Return. When you open that door, you step out and you're into a boat to the ship to come to enslavement. And I remember going through that door, and on it is written Door of No Return. And I closed the door behind me, and then I turned around and went back through the door. And I turned to the door and I said, you are no longer the door of no return, because I have returned. Hey, hey, hey. The political ombudsman of Jamaica, Donna Parchment Rowe, one of our stalwart women of Jamaica. We invite her now to address us by Zoom or by virtual means. Put your hands together for Donna Parchment Rowe, our political ombudsman.
We're ready for you now.
She's muted.
Celebrating the power of our heritage, Accompong Maroon Festival, the 283rd anniversary of the signing of the Maroon Treaty and the birthday of Captain Kojo. Colonel Farron Williams and members of your council, worship the Mayor, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, Honorable Olivia Grange and other members of the Cabinet and other elected officials, members of the Diplomatic Corps, representatives of government agencies, members of the media, specially invited guests, overseas Maroons, people of Accompong, ladies and gentlemen, joining us on Facebook, on television, on other digital platforms, and in person. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be part of this wonderful event where ancient times and modern technology come together. Today, as Jamaica's political ombudsman, I salute Captain Kojo, who in 1738 agreed a treaty under the Kinder One family tree with Colonel Guthrie, by which land was secured and an end to the long-running war with the British Empire, later signed in a written document. Through the power of unity, strategy, and in battle, political, economic, and cultural freedom and autonomy were secured. The traditions from the motherland of Africa, of brave, wise, and powerful leaders, respected, served, and led their citizens. These were all cemented. This has continued as a clear example to all Jamaicans to actively participate within the framework of the rule of law and good governance for the benefit of our people. Our pride, indeed our identity as Jamaicans. All these are nourished and affirmed every day through you, the Maroons. You have a trust to keep for all of us, which the office of the political ombudsman fully endorses. As a child, living with my grandparents in Eldersley, I became aware of Maroons in Cook's Bottom and Accompong. I honor their surname of Wright, which had glory and duty in Accompong through Colonel Wright. On 6 January each year, we Jamaicans and visitors join this sovereign nation within a nation to celebrate your hard-fought war of 85 years against the British Empire. Their expenditure of over £250,000 in the 1600s and 1700s. 40 acts of parliament passed, and finally we had the British admission. We must sign a treaty. We must. We cannot defeat these black, barefoot, lightly clothed, brilliant strategists and warriors who are at one with the hills, is just. Maroons of Accompong and across Jamaica and the diaspora honor the legacy of Kojo and of Nani, and others, and urge modern-day leaders in Accompong and across Jamaica to model the powerful examples of these heroes we celebrate today. And we especially acknowledge Professor Maroon Shepherd for the research and the knowledge that she has shared with Jamaica and beyond, along with other scholars and other cultural icons and researchers. Independent Jamaica recognizes for the Maroons in Jamaica your political and cultural rights, your land holdings, your communal land ownership, your right to freedom from taxation in Accompong, and your justice system, as was agreed in the treaty. Formally, the United Nations has acknowledged Maroon rights to economic growth, to financing your needs from your own means or negotiation with national and international governments and organizations. It is yours to use for tourism, use marijuana to earn an income, to continue your agriculture and other efforts to bring both progress and prosperity to your people. Indeed, that example will hopefully see the growth and development of the wider country, Jamaica land we love. I'm honored to enjoy a continuing positive, treasured relationship with you, the people of Accompong, which commenced with the Dispute Resolution Foundation when you appointed me an advisor. I look forward to further work with you at the instruction of our Governor General, the Most Honorable Sir Patrick Allen, and to continue my work in my own capacity as Jamaica's political ombudsman. I also look forward to supporting your governance efforts and activities in 2021 and beyond, working with the Colonel, his council, the full Maroon Council, the Overseas Maroons, and the Constitution. Congratulations to you, my dear brothers and sisters. Happy birthday, Colonel Kojo. Happy Independence, Accompong. Honor and respect to each and every one. Reserves, protects, and honors our legacy. May God bless you all and bless each and every one. Thank you very much.
We continue this afternoon. The next two speakers are packaged speeches from last year, but we thought it was important as we put the thing together for this year's celebration. You will now listen to the Nigerian High Commissioner to Jamaica, and she will be followed by the British High Commissioner to Jamaica. After that, there will be a performance. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to our sister from Nigeria and followed by the brother from the United Kingdom.
To His Excellencies, Minister of Culture, to the Mayor of St. Elizabeth, to the Ombudswoman of Jamaica, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I bring you greetings from your motherland, Africa. It has occurred to me that as I travel around the world, how much people don't quite understand who the African Union is. So allow me to start by giving you a brief history of the African Union. The first ever known union of any African states occurred in 1958. This is soon after the French and the British and other colonial masters were giving up their colonies. Of particular note, France, when they were giving up their colonies, gave the African countries two choices. You can be independent with some attachments to France, or you could be independent with no attachments to France. Two Francophone countries decided that France, it was time for you to go home. This was Guinea and Mali. Of course, this really surprised the French, who could not understand why any African country would not want to be affiliated to France in any way, shape, or form. In their anger, the French are reported to have gone into those two countries, took everything that they thought they had brought to them. To hear President Mugabe say they even took the last teaspoon and the last chair out of those two countries. countries claiming you Africans did not have them before they came. They proceeded to pour concrete into the sewage pipes, completely devastating the two economies. The newly appointed president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah at that time, in his efforts to assist these two economies, Guinea and Mali, created the first ever known union of any African states, which was between Ghana, Guinea, and Mali. A few years later, a few more African states met in Morocco, and a few more met in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. By 1964, the African leaders at that time felt it was time for the African nations to come together and undo the damage that was done by the Berlin Conference of 1885. It is during the Berlin Conference that the colonial masters got together and decided to split Africa like a pie into some of the smallest African countries that we know of today. Countries like Togo, Rwanda, Burundi, economies that clearly cannot survive on their own. This was done by design. The rule of divide and conquer was implemented. The two humongous kingdoms, the more powerful a kingdom was, the more countries that came out of that kingdom. And a lot of the boundaries were designed to divide families, tribes, people who are one and the same. It is along the same lines that the issue of the rule of divide and conquer, not only was it implemented in Africa, it was also implemented wherever black people were. So by 1963, the African leaders, the Pan-African leaders are trying to undo the damage of colonialism. When the rule of divide and conquer was implemented, the British gave a report in 1835 talking about having visited and traveled across the continent where they met powerful kingdoms, that they felt that the only way to truly conquer the African was to make the African believe everything that is African and black was bad, and that everything that was European and Western was better and more desirable. So it is that the rule of divide and conquer was implemented. The seed was sown. Our Pan-African leaders in 1963, creating Organization of African Unity, were trying to undo the damage. One then begs the question to say, 54 years later, we're still at it. The idea of a united Africa, one people, one nation, is still just a dream. During the creation of OAU, Kwame Nkrumah made a proclamation that you were not African because you were born in Africa, but rather you were African because Africa is born in you. He also proclaimed that Africa was for the Africans and that African Union was now. We're still struggling with our identity as Africans. The rule of divide and conquer remains alive and well among us. The seed that was sown centuries ago continues to thrive within us. Last month at Cornell, after a very sad situation arose at the university, the African American students were protesting against the continental African students and the Caribbean students, accusing them of having preferential treatments, and also that the university we're using admission of the Caribbean students and continental students to fill out the quota for Black enrollment. What a sad story. When you do an assessment of the admission to Ivy League schools, there are more Oriental students in Ivy League schools than all Black students combined. Of course, the percentage of Black enrollment is much, much smaller compared to that of the whites. And yet our children did not see the need to complain about the Asian students, to complain about significantly smaller enrollment for Black students compared to the white students. But because of the rule of divide and conquer and the legacy of colonialism and the legacy of slavery, it was easier to go after your brother and your sister. It is that, ladies and gentlemen, that brings me here today to say, what is it about us Black people? What keeps us from believing in ourselves and in each other? When you look at other ethnic groups, they come together when it comes to issues to do with their countries of birth. Look at the Jews. A small country like Israel, it is as powerful as it is because its tentacles are all over the world through its people. Once a Jew, always a Jew. Look at the Indians, even in the United States. They are doing amazing things in their countries of birth. The Mexicans, the Chinese, the Irish, all other ethnic groups can come together when it comes to their places of origin. When you ask for their voices are loud and clear. But when you ask for the voices of the Black people, you might as well go to the graveyard because we are missing in action. They paint your Africa, our Africa, as a diseased and dying continent, constantly at war with itself. Do I look diseased and dying, ladies and gentlemen? You see, an Africa that is at peace with itself, an Africa that is well perceived, is an Africa that cannot be exploited. The exploitation that's going on in Africa today is unacceptable. President Trump told the African leaders 2 months ago that his friends go to Africa to get rich. Some of my friends called me complaining. Ambassador, why is he saying that? I said, what is your problem? The man is speaking the truth. And this has been going on for centuries. The real question to me, to all of you today is, now that you know that the white people are going to Africa to get rich, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to continue to sit back while they loot your Africa? Are you going to continue to be empty hands that sit back and complain and make noise and do nothing? Or are you going to behave like other ethnic groups when you're going to stand up and say, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired? That today is going to be different. That the children of Mother Africa, no matter where you are, you're going to rise up and come together as children of one Mother Africa and stand up while the Americans are taking their America back. Guess what? You must take your Africa back.
Colonel Farrell Williams, distinguished members of the Maroon community, the Honourable Minister, Olivia Babsey-Grange, all other distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, A good day to each and every one of you. It is only right that when you celebrate a treaty between two sovereign parties, that both parties should be represented. And it is my great honor and privilege to represent that tradition of my forebearers and your forebearers, where we shook hands 280 years ago, and we shake hands again as new friends. This gathering celebrates more than just your rich tradition and history. It's a lesson to humanity as a whole, which is that no matter how powerful your oppressor, no how powerful your enemy, you can never beat the human spirit, the desire for self-determination, the dignity of freedom, and the right of every individual to choose how they want to live and who governs on their behalf. There are historical reasons for me to be in front of you, but there are reasons that are more modern for me to be in front of you today. When I go around Jamaica and the rest of the country, because this is indeed a sovereign part of this region, I say there are 1 million reasons for me to engage with you 280 years after this treaty. 100 million because 800,000 people, of whom the blood of Africa, the blood of Jamaica runs, they also run in my home country of Great Britain, because that's where Jamaicans of British origin have chosen to call home. Add that to the 200,000 people from Britain who visit Jamaica and the rest of the country, who call this their home. Britain today is part of its history, but it is also shaping a new future. It has taken Britain 280 years to send a representative here who perhaps looks a little bit different, perhaps speaks a little bit different, but most certainly thinks very differently. Because when we look at this great nation, we see a sovereign nation that is now independent, and that is part of our great Commonwealth. And when you gather in London in April, you will come there as equal partners. The Secretary General of that Commonwealth is not somebody wholly from Britain, but is of the Caribbean. Some of the most senior ministers we've had in government have come from this part of the world. One of them, Valerie Amos, has now gone on to be the Dean of the SOAS, the School of African and Oriental Studies, and person of African heritage through the Caribbean now is the store of knowledge of your heritage and of your educational legacy. We have many national heroes, but we include today people called John Barnes, Daniel Sturridge, Raheem Sterling. When your runners come and run in London, we wave your flag because they have become our heroes too. I thought when I first stood in front of you today, I'd have to make a profound apology. An apology for bringing you British weather and rain. But in true Caribbean tradition, the sun is beginning to shine, and may it shine on you for the rest of today and indeed for the rest of your tomorrows. Rain is a blessing. It is only the shortage of rain and where rain goes that is a problem. And I can tell you that this year, here in St. Elizabeth, you will see us coming back and putting in something back into this community, which is irrigation, water and rain. A £36 million project so that farmers have a better chance and better certainty of growing their crops. But I move away today with a real profound sense of the value of your history, the value of your culture. I look around, I see people who can listen to their African heritage. I look around, I see what I saw in Accra. I see what I saw in Lagos and Abuja. I see what my people saw when they went back to help Sierra Leone get back off its feet. What I see is the great African nation, the people of Africa and of African heritage, here today making a new contribution to new nation with an old heritage. Let us be partners, let us be friends, so that when we meet to celebrate the next 280 years, we meet as people who respect each other, we respect each other's history, and value who we are, sovereign people with the right to determine our own future. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
So the Nigerian High Commissioner, followed by the British High Commissioner, at speeches that were done a year or so ago. This is a virtual event, or well, semi-virtual event, and we'd like to acknowledge those who have been working hard to bring this event to you. Members of the Accompong celebration team on the WhatsApp group of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, coordinated and anchored by Madame Joan Archibald, Principal Director of Culture. We want to acknowledge the PBCJ for the sterling work that they have done over the last several days. I don't dare call names, but they know themselves. I want to acknowledge the input of the CPTC, acknowledge the input of the GIS, and of course the Accompong community. It has been one coordinated event. Acknowledge the input of the Office of His Worship, the Mayor, in sorting out elements of this as he does every year. And so we bring this to you, and we hope wherever you are in the world that you are enjoying this celebration, that the celebration does not only give you a sense of who you are and a sense of commitment to who you can be, but also helping us to celebrate the power of the heritage of the Accompong Maroons. Our next performance is from a group that is well known in Western Jamaica. They have toured across the world representing Jamaica. The Hartford Cultural Group will now entertain us as we continue this afternoon's program.
I am a better woman than you. I am a better woman than you. And everybody tell me a true. Girl, I am a better woman than you. You tell me that again. You tell me that again. You tell me that again. I am a better woman than you.
Girl, I am a better woman than you.
Cause why?
Cause I took your husband from you. And everybody know that that's true. Girl, I can get more loving than you.
Not at all. You tell me that again. You tell me that again. You tell me that again. I am a better woman than you. Shall I so? No believe that? I am a better woman than you. And your husband tell me a true. And with me breadfruit and callaloo, girl, I can get more loving than you. That's a true. You tell me that again. You, yes. You tell me that again. I am a better woman than you.
Girl, I am a better woman than you.
Cause why?
And your husband know that that's true.
For real, for true.
And when you see things that I can do, girl, I can get more loving than you.
man, Karen, you never give me peace more that, you know. Because when you see the person in the dancing there, hallelujah. Oh, my Father. The rhythm done? Oh, my Father. That's the Hartford Cultural Group out of Westmoreland. Doing what they do best. That was Gary. Gary. Boy, I feel like I could have moved a while ago, but you don't know I go. And you see him stand up here, sir. He more moving up, but they're not giving him one chance to take the stage. Because when he take the stage, you can't get him off. It's one thing to put him on, but it's another thing to get him off. And because we can't get him off, we will not put him. Same so. Me like how to work with me. Me like how to work with me, man. Me like how to work with me. Jamaican patois is the only language that mix a verb with a pronoun to create one word. Anybody agree with that? Jamaican patois is the only language that I know that mix a noun with a pronoun to create a verb with a pronoun to create a different verb. So in Jamaica, we do not say, I am going to do it. I say, I am going to do it. Now, sir, we are going to do it. Right? Exactly. Let me tell you something. Ghana, there is a Jamaican little boy who went to school and the teachers asked him what is the plural of foot. So the boy never said on foot. He said feet. Teachers must know when to stop. So the teacher said to the boy, can you make a sentence with the word feet? So the boy thinks sometime and then him say, okay, here's the sentence, miss. Last night, me lend my brother my book and this morning me go back feet. May I tell you, say Jamaicans are the brightest people. Like the Jamaican who go on foreign television, on game show, and they ask him to give a fruit that starts with the letter A, and he say orange. Orange. See, understand? At this point in our program, we welcome 3 of our senior ministers in government, but I will introduce them one by one. So here to give us his remarks is one of our most dynamic young ministers from the parish of St. Elizabeth. Help me welcome the Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Floyd Green, who will address us at this time. Minister Floyd Green. Put your hands together and welcome him, ladies and gentlemen, here in Accompong town. Let me tell you something, Ghana. I don't know what we see. Yes.
Farron Williams, other members of the Accompong Maroons and other visiting Maroon groups, Mayor Derek Sangster, other members of the St. Elizabeth Parish Council, Minister Babsy Grange, and the entire Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, other specially invited guests. We gather again to celebrate our history.
Last night,
to
me
make
learned
a
my book
story
and this morning me go back
and to mark a story of our victory. In this, the 283rd year since our people, despite the odds, showed our spirit, our strength, and our sustainability. A quiet celebration today. But through your advocacy, Colonel, and the work of Minister Grange and her team, including to the world. And for me, it is critical that the world has access to this celebration now more than ever. It is critical that our people have access to this celebration now more than ever. Because as we know, as we experience, because we're not able to be there in person, the world continues to face one of its gravest challenges. Our people continue to face one of its most significant challenges with this COVID-19 pandemic. And it is when you are against your greatest odds that you need to be reminded of the story of the Maroons. The fact that in all of us, we have the spirit of and I can't think of a more appropriate time than now in this world. We need to conquer anybody. But it's not just about strength, it's about the wisdom, the knowledge, and the courage to face every challenge. And we must be reminded that despite the challenges that we now face, with our strength, with our wisdom, with our courage, we will beat this challenge and we will recover stronger. But for me, the probably most important part of the Accompong and Maroon story that is needed now, that we sometimes forget, is not only do the Maroons have a fighting spirit, not only are they immeasurably strong, but they were able to build sustainable communities that have lasted the test of time. In fact, they could have won the war, and then years after, could be wondering, but what of the Maroons? 283 years, and they're still here, still strong. And in part of that sustainable community, Colonel, our Maroons were one of the first set of people to truly appreciate the value of the sector that I now have the honor to lead, which is the value of agriculture. And the Maroons and those up in Accompong went about perfecting some of the techniques of agriculture to be able to feed ourselves. Is to the world. I want to work with you this year to accelerate the push to ensure that the Accompong Maroons are not only focused on primary production, but we're looking at value added. In fact, I've already tasked the team of your land into production, because as you know, the world is craving Jamaican spices, herbs, and our grown produce. So as we gather to celebrate, let us as children of African descent, both here and abroad, channel our inner Maroon spirit, remembering that we have the spirit, we have the strength, and we have the ability to build sustainable communities. Let us enjoy the rest of the celebration. And I look forward to continue sharing with you, and of course, to hearing from our minister, Minister Grange. God bless you all.
The young, very dynamic Minister of Agriculture from the parish of St. Elizabeth, Minister Floyd Green. We continue now with our own minister. I call her the nanny of culture. This minister has been active in culture and entertainment all her life. She has made a tremendous impact on the Jamaican cultural landscape and as well as the international cultural landscape. Help me welcome to address us this afternoon our Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, the Minister Olivia Grange. Thank you. And as she comes to the podium, we welcome her because she is a dynamo in the culture and entertainment fraternity. Minister Grange. Okay, this happens sometimes in virtual, but we're not daunted. We are from Accompong, so we're not daunted by the challenges that may come from technology. We work it out and we go forward. So as we prepare for the minister, we will switch the thing and we'll now have the presentation, which is so vastly important from Jamaica's. I'm using the word dynamic a lot, right, Mayor? Yeah. I need to, because this is a substantial person. The Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness. Ladies and gentlemen, help us welcome our Prime Minister in what has always been a very substantial, solid presentation to the Accompong Maroons and to all of us from Jamaica. The Prime Minister.
I was with you in 2016. And at the time, I believe I was sitting right at the front there. And the sun was just about to set. And it was hot. And I was sweating. And I was thinking to myself, this is not what our forefathers went through. They went through much worse. So if they went through it, then I can sit down there and take in the program and enjoy the festivities and the fellowship. I was a bit taken by surprise to see how cool the temperature is now, because I came back expecting that it would be hot. But then, our friend, the British High Commissioner, was not here at the time. So thank you, High Commissioner Ahmad. You carried some of the cool air with you. Neither was the High Commissioner from Nigeria here. And I want to welcome her to this event. And neither was the Cuban ambassador here at the time. But she is here with us today, and I want to specially acknowledge her. Allow me as well to give my commendations to your Colonel, the Chief, Colonel Williams, for his leadership of the Maroon community in Accompong. And let me also acknowledge the Deputy Colonel. I want to acknowledge from the Maroon town, Garman. I want to acknowledge Colonel Wallace from Charlestown. I want to acknowledge Colonel Pink from Scotsall and Colonel Sterling from Moortown. I also want to acknowledge here His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Derek Sangster. And I want to acknowledge as well our own Minister, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, Olivia Babsy-Grange. And your Member of Parliament, Minister J.C. Hutchinson. And of course, my good friend, Sidney Bartlett. I haven't seen Sidney in a while. Where are you, Sidney? Very good job as the Master of Ceremonies. Now, having dispensed with the formalities, let me make a few observations. One, nobody needs to tell me that the road from Cedar Spring to the town here needs to be repaired. So when I go back down there to sit down, nobody should come to me to remind me. I have written it down. And I am going to ensure that it is done. No, I don't make any promises, you know. I just make commitments. My other observation is that the pull of the Maroon culture is still very strong. Jamaicans have the Maroons in a special place in their hearts. It is a unique and distinct culture. And let me tell you this. Culture is not just an intangible asset. Culture is a real thing. Culture is what determines how we act and behave, even without thinking about it. So I'll give you a little example. Within this town, you may have about 2,000 to 3,000 people. But I looked at the murder statistics, and I don't see one murder in this town or in this area. In fact, the crime rate here is very, very, very low. And it is not just today, or last year, or the year before. This has been the case from ever since. And there's a reason for that. You hold on to a heritage. You know that your ancestors, your forefathers fought for your freedom, fought and earned the respect of their enemies, of people who would have otherwise enslaved them, to the point where your tenacity, your relentless pursuit of your freedom led to the signing of a peace treaty 281 years ago. It means something to each and every one of you who claim the Maroon heritage. And so you are not about to allow that heritage to be disrespected by violence, by killing one another. You have used that heritage to live together under a particular system of governance, which demonstrates respect for your chief, respect for your elders, respect for the culture. And that has kept you apart from the chaos and violence that may exist in other parts of the country. Culture is not just something that we come and dance around. Culture is liberty. How we use our past experience to determine the quality of life that we lead today. So, I will come back here again and again and again to take the heat of the setting sun, because you are people who have preserved the culture and have used it to live in peace and harmony with each other. You are a lesson to the rest of Jamaica. But as I drove up, I noticed that the pull of the culture is so strong that your road, your little town area there is so overcrowded. Vehicles can barely pass because you have the road and the parade ground and the market all in one. It says to me, Minister Grange, and I'm not making any promises here, I'm just making an observation. It says to me that what you have is of such great importance that people will travel from all over. Because as I look in the audience and I survey the crowd, I see people from all over. People will travel here to see what is the Maroon experience all about. Yes, we are not saying that we want to build hotels and change the culture by changing the infrastructure. That's not what we're saying. But people travel when it is easier and seamless. So if we fix the road, more people will come. No, sir? And if we support you with a little museum so that the artifacts that you have can be properly displayed, more people will come. No, sir? And I can think of a number of other things. And I hear somebody in the audience saying, and the water. Now I know that they have started on the water. I'm going to follow up to see where they are and how much more we can do. But I also got a little lecture about the cannabis industry. No, the ganja industry. Because ganja is Jamaican, you know. And I know that there are some programs in place. In fact, the cabinet, and even though you are Maroons, you still vote for the government, and so the government still acts in your favor. We have made a decision to allow for what is called the Alternative Development Program for ganja, because it is a real fear that as that industry emerges to become more corporatized, that the original ganja man, the original farmer, could very well be left out of the gains and the benefits when you were the one singing the praises and know the benefits from how long? So, this program is of significant importance to ensure that small farmers, and in fact in communities like Accompong, where there is a certain discipline, a certain order, a certain social system that will ensure that it is not used in illicit ways, because you have a certain order and organization that we can work with you in a cooperative way, that program will help to assist. And I know that you have actually started a part of the program, but you are now awaiting the government's part of the program to come in. So just before I came up, I made sure to call the Minister of Agriculture, and I had a word with him. And he gave me a commitment that within the first quarter of this year, that the alternative development program for the small farmers, the small ganja farmers, to produce for the licit trade, for the legal trade, that will start in the first quarter of this year. It should have started in December last year, but we couldn't find the resources. I said to him, let us have a little talk to make sure that we can find the money so that it can start. I know some of you have started to prepare your fields and you are worried that grass going to grow back on it. Well, I give you my commitment that it will start. So don't worry. Be patient with it. So all in all, I'm very happy to be here with you. I'm very, very pleased to see the community stick together and preserve the culture. I believe quite a bit can happen. And as I was talking to your chief and some of the other leadership, ideas just start to flow. I'm going to be engaging them because I think more can be done from the tourism side, more can be done from the agriculture side to improve the conditions here whilst at the same time preserving the culture. So, of course. So, I'm here to join with you in celebrating Kojo's birthday, great warrior, great leader, and the signing of the peace treaty. But I'm also here to say to you, the government has not forgotten the Maroons. And the government will place some resources to ensure that the culture that you have so well preserved is put in a position to be utilized for your own development and for national development. Brothers and sisters, God bless you and enjoy the rest of the evening.
That was the most honorable Prime Minister of Jamaica. And Colonel, you're checking, right? All right. You see the Grove Road start. Make us acknowledge that. You know, might not done, but it start. All right. Because the Prime Minister keeps his commitments. Right? And you get bus. So you can move around. All right? Okay. What? Just water problem now. There's a water problem. Well, that was not in the Prime Minister's speech. So we'll give that to the mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, this activity, Colonel Perrin Williams will tell you, would be much less had it not been for her intervention and her input. And so I'd introduced her earlier, but a technical glitch had prevented her. But in our situation, we go with something called ancestral vibes and ancestral interventions. And so when technology clash with ancestral concepts, then we know we go by how the thing's set. So again, I will now introduce to you, I am saying again, the nanny of Jamaican culture, one of the advocates and the persons, the pioneers on which the culture and entertainment of Jamaica has been launched into the world. Help me welcome with the greatest affection the Honorable Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, the Honorable Olivia Babsy-Grange. And as we wait to be connected to Minister, we need to remind ourselves that we are here celebrating the 283rd anniversary of the signing of the peace treaty. We're here celebrating Kojo's birthday. And one of the things that we are also going to do is to cut the ribbon of the bus that the minister made available to Accompong community. And so at this point, while we wait for the minister, I'm going to invite the mayor. Okay, so we're on with the minister. All right, so let's welcome Minister Grange. Thank you very much, PBCJ.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, yes. Minister.
You're hearing me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can, Minister.
Okay, excellent. Salutations. Colonel Fern Williams, honored Maroons, distinguished guests. On the 6th of January, 1738, Captain Kojo donned the militant force of the victor and watched as the vanquished British journeyed up the hill to the Peace Cave to sign the treaty. This was the culmination of a war in which Captain Kojo and his Ashanti warriors succeeded in suppressing every advance of the British oppressors. Today we celebrate. Today, 283 years later, we celebrate the ancestors whose dauntless courage and fierce resolve brokered treaties that would ultimately result in our freedom. Their mission was to keep the colonizers in a state of constant fear, discomfort, and uncertainty in order to secure the liberty of the enslaved African population. Ordinarily, thousands of us would be gathered in Accompong to celebrate this victory over the oppressors and the birthday of the great Maroon leader, Captain Kojo. But while we're unable to gather in our numbers, we are grateful that technology has allowed us to still participate in this very important commemoration and rituals of family and friendship. I'm grateful to PBCJ for providing a platform for people at home and in our diaspora to watch online, learn about, participate in, and enjoy with pride this uniquely special occasion in our modern history. We're reminded in the book of Joshua that rituals such as monuments or festivals will cause our children to know the history of the customs, practices, and past achievements of the ancestors. Similarly, Marcus Garvey taught us that a people without knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. In this regard, it is the aim of my ministry in memorializing important events in the lives of our people to forge partnerships based on collective consciousness, mutual respect, and care for the welfare of each other. This year, as before, we have partnered with the leadership of Accompong to ensure that this event is given the prominence it deserves. Please allow me to commend Colonel Farron Williams and his team and the many colonels who governed before for maintaining this tradition of celebration over these many years. This annual event has ensured that we do not forget the enduring contribution of Captain Kojo and his warriors to our freedom today. Indeed, generations have attended this event and been gifted with knowledge, pride, and appreciation of their glorious heritage and culture. We beam with pride, ladies and gentlemen, at their resilience and resistance, and commit to the sustainable prosperity of people of African descent. In recognition of the enduring treasures bestowed upon the people of Jamaica by the Accompong community through their heritage and culture, I was pleased to hand over to the community a brand new coaster bus to assist them with their transport needs. It is our expectation that with this great mobility, the community will be able to share their heritage and culture more regularly with the rest of Jamaica. Maximum respect to Captain Kojo and the people of Accompong as we celebrate the power of our heritage. We pledge to always remember, never forget what our foreparents endured to make us free people today. May God bless you all. Sorry we all can't be out there on the ground, but thanks to technology, we have been able to still communicate and to still celebrate as a proud people. God bless you all, and thank you very much.
The Honorable Olivia Grange, indomitable spirit, nanny of culture, fire from Tullow Castle. And here we are. As we come close to the end, we're going to invite the mayor to cut the ribbon for the bus. We're inviting all of our Accompong people to focus on the brand new bus. You can't say you can't come again. I want you to be everywhere because Jamaican people, we all need to learn a lot about our culture and heritage. And the Maroons carry much of that. Much of that. They have been able to sustain their African heritage over these many years. 283 years since the treaty, and much more since they actually inhabited this space. And I have to correct people. Not all Maroons were slaves. Some were born within the Maroon community. So when we speak of Maroons, we need to be careful. And so, His Worship the Mayor will cut the ribbon for the bus. I hear when the bus driving in Accompong last night, there was big noise and celebration. Wonderful. it is a great honor for all of us to do what we can to support this community and the other Maroon communities of Jamaica. Shall I count down, Colonel? Shall I count down? You ready?
Colonel, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the Honourable Minister officially handed over the bus in Kingston to the Colonel on Monday. But it is my great pleasure and honor today to cut the ribbon, to hand it over and symbolic nature to you on the compound of Accompong as a gift or from the Honourable Minister to the Colonel and the people of Accompong. I hope it will serve you well and will be extremely useful in your endeavors. God bless you all.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Big applause, come on, Accompong, big applause. I am watching the people of Accompong who don't clap, so they're not traveling their bus. Those who don't clap have to pay if you come in a bus. One already? All right. Right, and so we move on with our celebration as we bring the thing closer to the end. We are now going to hear from some of our Maroon communities. One of the things about the Maroons is that there's a Maroon Council and there's an interaction between them. And so I invite us to listen now to Colonel Latibo there from Scots Hall. And as we wait for Colonel Latibo here from Scots Hall, I'd like to recognize again the team that worked on this project, led by the Principal Director, Ms. Joan Archibald, representatives from the PBCJ for their absolutely sterling work that they have done and going beyond the call. The CPTC, the JIS, and of course, as I said, the team from the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, led by the Honorable Minister Grange. I'm told that Mama G is on spot. Mama G, Madame Gloria Sims from Maroon Town. Let's have her. Let's have her. The only Maroon chief. No, that's not true, because Charleston is now a woman as well, so I shouldn't say that. Yeah, so Mama G, virtual. So here we are in Accompong town. It's amazing. The hills are joyful together. That is a poem by Roger Mace. And every time I come to a Maroon community, every time I come to a place where our people have given sacrifice of self in an effort for us to be free, I always remember that poem that Claude McKay wrote. A poem that he wrote that was used by Winston Churchill to encourage British soldiers in World War II. And Churchill never said whose poem it was. So for many years, people thought it was his. But it is really the words of a Jamaican poet from the hills of Clarendon, Claude McKay. If we must die, let it not be like hogs, hunted and penned in an inglorious spot, while round about us bark the mad and hungry dogs, making their mock at our cursed lot. If we must die, oh, let us nobly die, that our precious blood may not be shed in vain, so that even the monsters we defy may be constrained to honor us though dead. O kinsmen, let us meet the common foe, and for their 1,000 blows deal one death blow. What though before us lies the open grave? Like men, let us face the murderous cowardly pack, pressed to the wall, dying but fighting back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome as a strong woman who is always a warrior princess, Mama G, Gloria Sims. Those words from Claude McKay embody the spirit of the Maroons, embody the spirit of resistance that our people had from the moment they were captured in Africa. If anybody thinks that our people succumbed to slavery, then you're wrong. If you think our people was captured because they were weak, then you were wrong. If you think our people did not resist at every moment, then you were wrong. Jamaica's history contains serious episodes of resistance, of war, rebellion, strike, creating insecurities among the British, so that by 1833, fed up, they had to say, we move to have abolition. And the Abolition Act was passed in 1833. And in the 1st of August, 1834, slavery was abolished in the British Empire. We honor Kojo and his warriors. We honor the military prowess of Kojo and his warriors. We honor Accompong town, and we are happy to be here every year on a kind of pilgrimage to remind you that we have never forgotten your sacrifice. We've never forgotten your honor. We've never forgotten your integrity. We've never forgotten all that you are and continue to be. And as we move into the year 2021, it is always good to start off the year with this celebration. I believe in myself that it's a worthy thing to know that our first activity for the year is the celebration of Kojo. And once we have finished that, by February 1, we move into Reggae Month and the celebration of a music that has reflected the anthems of resistance that has been the lifeblood of the Jamaican people. And out of those anthems of resistance, the exhilarating song, One Love, that according to Sister Barbara Blake Hanna, is about the unity of the people of the earth. as promoted by reggae and the culture that Jamaica has inherited from our ancestors. And so here we are on another occasion in Accompong town, looking back at the many things that we have achieved. Do you know that Jamaica is the only country in the world that all other countries will put down their flag and wave the Jamaican flag like at an Olympics? The only country. No country will take up anybody else's flag, but they will take up a Jamaican flag at the Olympics and wave it. Do you know that Jamaica is the only country in the world who ever had its national anthem raised in every country, its national anthem raised in every country in the world on its Independence Day? Every time I say this, people ask me, what do I mean? In the year 2012, when Jamaica celebrated the 50th anniversary of independence, there was the British Olympics. And for some strange thing, and I think it's an ancestral cosmic convergence, that the British had the 100 meters race on the evening before August 6th. So on August 5, the 100 meters was run, Usain Bolt won, and Blake came second. The medal ceremony was the morning after on August 6th. So when the medal ceremony happens, the Jamaican anthem is played. And all the televisions in all the countries in the world are watching, people are watching the Olympic 100 meters medal being put on Usain Bolt. And so on the August 6th, 2012, on the 50th anniversary of our independence, the Jamaican national anthem was played in every country in the world. No other country has ever achieved that. There are some things that Jamaica has done that we are not even aware of. And so, things like here in Accompong celebrating Kojo is one of the things that we must never forget. And my brothers and sisters, I invite us all to never forget. Because lest we forget, we need to remember that those who forget their history are destined to repeat it. We need to teach it to our children. We need to find ways to make our children know who they are by who they were. And so this is important as we come close now to the end of this ceremony here in Accompong. It's a cool evening in Accompong, and the entire place is really very quiet and really very tranquil. There is a spirit. You know, every year in the past, all know Nizamek and Wolipa Rokos are going, and Ray. But somehow this year, we are able to sit, we are able to stand and meditate upon the greatness of the moment. We are able to take the time to listen to the ancestors as they speak to our inner being as we go through for this year 2021, with the hope and expectation that all the challenges in our lives will be overcome by a force that has been given us by God Himself. And so, as we continue this pilgrimage, as we continue this situation where we are really meditating upon our past, may we pledge to a greater future. And now, Mama G.
Yeah, man. From going on, you know? So we give thanks for that. Yes, I will blow in the conch shell in the background here now. Yes, and they are Rio. on behalf of all our ancestors and our ancestor brothers and sisters, the Taino Nation and the Maroon together again and one accord. Hail Kashike Kalan, newly installed Taino chief, May about a year ago here in Charlestown, and we are working together with our Taino brothers and sisters again. Those that we learn in history was called the Arawa. They are still here. It is the time. Time is the master. So they have emerged again with a tribe, the Hummingbird tribe representing Jamaica, of which I am a council member myself. Nuna, that's my council name. Tikina, the wise one, the wisdom keeper. So today we give thanks to all the colonel, all the efforts, we honor all the ones that play a part, you know, but Honorable Babsy Grange, the Prime Minister, and all who play a part to make this the radio system that allow us to have this kind of transmission. We give thanks for all the work that was put in making this a possibility. We are in a very serious period in time, very serious moment in time. And I would say give thanks for another new year and a new era. We are now stepping into the era of peace and prosperity, even though it is birth through pain, you know? And it's only the strong will survive to step into it. But that is the era. So be mindful, be aware that it is a new era, not just a new year that we're stepping in. Vanguards have been changed and keep changing. Because this is the time for that what our ancestors have died for, in celebrating our heritage, in celebrating our heritage that our ancestors left for us through blood, sweat, and tears. It's a very significant and a very important heritage. You know, just coming at this like this, you know. You have to born in it. You have to born, you have to have guts. You have to be able to can stand up. Not proving how aggressive a leader you can be, but to get the things done in a right manner so that everyone can enjoy the benefit of it. We, the Maroons, are custodians. We are stewardess to Mother Earth, custodians of the culture that was preserved from our ancestors, the African, when we came. This heritage we kept very dear to our heart and protect it, just as it was fought for with blood, sweat, and tears. We give thanks for this era, because as I've been saying to many of the women who I reason with from time to time, that this is the time we all were waiting on. It might seem like a time you don't like, but we women know that in order to give birth, to see a new life, which is always something so precious to look at, it's true. Pain, no gain. And the darkest part of the night is just before the break of day. We live through another era. We are in a moment like what the Bible have a story on Noah and the ark. When the earth replenished itself, we happen to be living in this period in time. Another cycle that takes hundreds and centuries of years to come about. But we happen to be living in it and to record history and to document. And being people who have been through Holocaust and traumatization events before, life-taking events as Maroon, saving the principle of Maroonage within our DNA, and living it, and teaching it, and transmitting it to the further generations. Learning the tactics and the lifestyle of warriorship, not in a way to fight your brothers and sisters in a way we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but to stand up within the ignorances of life, struggle and movements, and to stand up in the face of that adversary and to overcome it with peace, with mutual understanding between us as a people within Earth, because there's only one human race. You know? Regardless of what we're saying and doing and whatever, it's one human race, one plant family with many different plants. Banana tree, coconut tree, apple tree, and we all eat them. And they all sit in places that geographic area that they cannot move, like us. That if somebody disturbs you can walk away from them. But they are all sitting in a place they have to be for years. Banana tree amongst our breadfruit tree. And they live in union. So if we lost the way how to live together and unite as a person, watch the tree, watch the plant world, watch the animal world and learn. The Bible says study the ants and see how they cooperate, and you will know how to cooperate. Study the bees world and you will see we are environmental people, you know, how we can live together in harmony. This here is a here and a era where we're going in, where all that we have learned, all that was preserved, all that we keep transmitting, we now have to put in full effect of how to stand up in self-determination. Us, the Maroon, we can freely determine our political status, pursue our economical and cultural and social development. We are capable of determining our own membership. We have the rights to autonomy and self-governance in matters relating to our internal and local affairs. Free and prior and informed consent is part of our rights to self-determination. That means whatever business concerning the Maroon has to give free, prior, and informed consent. Free meaning does not mean to manipulate or intimidate. Prior, before the activity associated with this decision is made, that we are consulted and informed, that we are informed of all information relating to the activity, and that the information be accurate, objective, and presented in an understandable manner to us. Whatever decision. Over the years, we have seen many violations, you know. We have seen years of exclusion, disposition, discrimination, violation, and every angle, you know. Even the state should consult and cooperate in good faith with us and to obtain our free, prior, informed consent in whatever matter that concern us. And I bear in mind the naming of the vessel, Nanny, you know, that we be conformed, we be consulted. You know, we have a right to be consulted, and then we will give consent. When I look around, I see a lot of garbage, a lot of masquerading going on with the Maroon culture that our people died for blood, sweat, and tears. And people, scammers are now coming to masquerade it and to do whatever they want with it. Same thing apply with free and prior informed information. And this we have to put into legal paperwork here in this country so that the Maroon can be felt that we are here. And we identify, we choose that we will respond to our culture and our identity. We don't need others, you know, to go ahead and do things for us, you know. There are times when people feel that they know better. They know what is best for us. And they go ahead with concept, with all kind of decision and deception of their own, you know, without having full information or consent or consultation with us, the Maroon. We are very much here. We are very much present. And it is time now for us to take legal steps and to put our governance in order, you know, put our governance in proper legal manner so that everyone can feel like they can run in it. It's not a free-for-all, thoroughfare thing. You know, I see a lot of foolishness going on, and we're moving on in a legal way to put an end to all these things. You know, this culture and this heritage that we celebrated was brought through blood, sweat, and tears. And we are the custodian of it. And we do transmit and share information and share whatever we have with the wider Jamaican society, but with due respect, as we do respect them as well, you know. So this is all we are asking in this time, you know. I have just completed a course within the Columbia University on Indigenous People Rights, you know, and the course is Introduction into the Indigenous People Rights, Indigenous People Rights Movement, the right to self-determination, the right to lands and territory and resource, cultural rights, UN Indigenous People Rights as related to their mechanism, and the power of advocacy. And these are things that we, the Maroon, the colonels, the captains, and those that they used to represent them, coming from the ones that are sitting in the community as colonel, regardless of how you might not like your colonel or like how, but we as African people, we respect our leaders. And so we expect you to respect the leader that is there. If you don't like the system, then you have to do something else, but not disrespect. So these are our words, you know, here. And we give thanks for this evening, and we give thanks for everything. We give thanks for Colonel on the ground and to push out and to put forth this celebration this year. And we say peace and love and blessing to Jamaica and the world. Thank you. Mama glorious, Mama G.
Thank you very much, Mama G. From Maroon Town, activist. You know, every Jamaican is an activist of sort because it's in our DNA. And I believe it is time for us to come together as our ancestors did. There's nothing we can't do when we collectively do it together. Kojo, Captain Kojo, was able to overcome the British Army simply because the community came together, recognized the strength of their African heritage, got into their military fervor, and defeated the biggest army in the world at that time, because Britain was the biggest empire. That's a major achievement. Major. Marcus Garvey taught himself to read, got into the philosophies, and was able to hold crowds that right now US presidents would love to have when he was speaking in the US, even without the kind of microphone and trappings that we have today. Marcus Garvey, Jamaica's national hero, who had a Pan-African conference, seen as the father of Pan-Africanism. Marcus Garvey, who was the hero that Nkrumah used as he went for free Ghana. And that the black star in the flag of Ghana is from the black star line of Marcus Garvey. And in fact, the Ghana football team has been called the Black Stars. What now you tell me? Marcus Garvey's words. And I don't mean up you mighty race, you can accomplish what you will, which many of us use every time somebody asks us, what do we know about Marcus Garvey? It is words like, the black skin must not be a matter of shame, but must be seen as a badge of honor. Words of Marcus Garvey. Words of Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey says, if you want a house like your neighbor, don't pray to God to give it to you, because God does not work like that. Work for it by the intellect that God has given you to achieve what you want to achieve. Marcus Garvey said, God does not make careers. God did not create the engineer for the engine room. He did not create the chef for the kitchen. He did not create the teacher for the classroom. He created man and woman and gave them the will and purpose to become what they want to be. Therefore, strike out and use the intellect that God has given you, not to call anybody else your master, but to become masters of your own destiny, masters of your own fates. Marcus Mosiah Garvey, national hero. Sam Sharp planned a rebellion, a war, moving around plantations at night, planning the first ever strike in Jamaica when he defended that nobody was going back to work on the 27th of December. The Bakra must announce freedom, or if they go, they must be paid. And they sat out the day, and by the night, fire! Them say, Capital Sam Sharp grandson, fireman. Fire! Montego Bay on fire, Walla St. James on fire, and over Westmoreland, Trelawney, all the way in the St. Mary and part of St. Anne. Fire. And by the time that was finished, after 11 days, and Sam Sharp was executed on the 23rd of May, 1832. After that, the British said, we must abolish slavery. We must. And when they abolished slavery, they were bold enough to say that black people would not know how to deal with freedom. And so they instituted something called apprenticeship, which, because we continue to resist and create free villages, by 1838, rather than 1840, they had to close down apprenticeship and announce full freedom. And here we are today, in the land of Jamaica. It is only, can you believe how strange it is that Jamaica's national pledge ends with the words, not that we will pledge to do something for the welfare of Jamaica, but for the whole human race. It's amazing. We have always seen ourselves as international. We have always seen ourselves as universal, because that's what we are. How many of you know that there was a time when if the US wanted to know if something would do well on Broadway, it should be taken to the War Theater to be tested. And if it worked at the War Theater, they knew it would do well on Broadway. How many of you know that Simón Bolívar, when he wanted to free Latin America from Spanish rule, came to Jamaica for help? And when he was dying, he said if he could get back to Jamaica, he knew he would live. He came to Jamaica and wrote the letter from Jamaica in downtown Kingston off Orange Street. How many of us know that? How many of us know that Jose Marti came to Jamaica when he wanted to support, to make the war against the Spanish? In 1868, in the 10 Years' War in Spain, Jose Marti was about 19 years old. And by 1898, in the Spanish-American War, Jose Marti got independence from Spain. How many of you know that when America wanted to strike for independence, they sought assistance from Jamaica? And when Jamaica helped them and they got independent, they invited Jamaica to join the United States of America. But we knew that long before New York was ever considered, Spanish Town was already an international capital. We knew that we were larger than the United States of America, so we said we declined. We are a bigger country. That is Jamaica. And the reason why Jamaica could do all this was because people like Kojo and the Maroon warriors were adamant that no one should be the property of anyone and that they would not succumb to enslavement. And so here we are. Here we are. And you know what is good about us, even more than the blacks in the United States? We run our own country. That's what's different. We run our own country. More than the blacks in Brazil, we run our own country. We create our own laws, our own systems. We do our own thing. And that is because we stood out. We stood up. We may have been 4,411 square miles, but no 50,000 square miles of acreage could topple this country. That is the strength of our history. And if it is properly communicated to our people, then we would have a more activist society with greater commitment to sustainable prosperity for all. And so here we are. Roger Mace wrote, "The hills are joyful together." And as I look at the hills of Accompong today, the 283rd anniversary of Captain Kojo's signing of the treaty, the hills are joyful today. The hills are joyful today. And so here we are as we come to the end of this day's proceedings. Here we are once more. Another year in Accompong, a different kind of year. The year of COVID. The year when a lot of things have gone down. The year when a lot of people would have traveled to be here, have not been able to be here. But in spite of that, we have managed to use technology to make the connections. And talking about connection, we are now connecting to Colonel Douglas from the Charlestown Maroon community. Thank you.
Live. Yen King Pong bless all small the pray. Chang Pong Nani come seek him Bema. God bless everyone here. May the Queen of Heaven look down on us. Today, we are looking at an interesting topic in our celebration, the power of our heritage. Our heritage is a very powerful one. The heritage consists of many different components, and at most time, our parents or grandparents use the components of our heritage like preservation, sharing, healing, etc. Today, we have more than enough ways to get things done through our heritage. We at Charlestown, we decide to take our heritage and make it into a living asset. CTMC has been using the power of our heritage, our culture. We use it to major in development in our community. With the assistance of our donors such as JC, IAF, the Orphan Starfish Foundation, and JCDC, and others. Currently, we involved with IAF in the development project. The IAF come to us in our aid and help us to fine-tune the development plan that we brought to the table. We meet them on a one-on-one basis, then meet the community at their own level. The IAF project focuses on infrastructural development, capacity building, and community development. We're talking about the grassroots development. Infrastructure and development, we do that here in the Accompong Yard, Charlestown, for improvement of the kitchen. We renovate the river park, tour room, and also the Accompong Yard kitchen, built a craft center, and much more. They did not bring their own workers and consultants. Instead, we employed people from the Maroon community to do the work. Capacity building and development project in our community. The project completely managed by the CTMC management team, aspects such as operations, administration, financial reporting, and all covered by the CTMC management committee. This way, the team strengthened and it managed the capacity. There is also organized structural training, including in the IAF budget, covering training in the areas such as office admin, tour guide training, environmental awareness, craft making, and they do not stop there. IAF and the Orphan Starfish Foundation put a lot of energy in strengthening our youth. The possibility of offering space and internet coverage for online studies for our children was facilitated by both entities. After the COVID-19 outbreak, we were able to offer space for our children to have online classes and also to offer computer classes for both adults and youth twice per week. Both our youth and adults are growing, and both educationally and culturally. In closing, let me say this. Our heritage is strong. There is power in our heritage. Let us use the asset to grow our indigenous communities. Organize, unite, and build. Research out to the we reach out to the donors such as IAF, etc. We will have an asset that we can grow on. You want to grow more things in your community to develop your grassroots? Go on, reach out to our donors. With that, I say to my fellow Maroons and other communities, Medasi, Medasi. Thank you.
Okay, so we've come to the end of our day's activity. And it's been a good day, it's been a long day, it's been a day in which we have used technology as best we can to connect with each other. Our connections have been strengthened once we come together in any way. We connect and we strengthen each other. The value of relationships like these the value is for us to really use them to empower our people and to give people a sense that a destiny can be carved out for all of us. That there's no barrier, that there's no limit to where we can go. If Captain Kojo thought that the British were not defeatable, if Captain Kojo thought that the odds were insurmountable, and he relaxed and didn't even make an effort, what we're doing here today would not have happened. And so we leave this space empowered, revitalized at the beginning of a new year, after a very difficult year, in the consciousness that as a people we are able. We have dauntless courage, fierce resolve, and a commitment to each other. With that, we shall prosper. I wish to thank the PBCJ for their continued presence, for the work that they have done, the going beyond the call over these last few days to ensure that what we are doing was possible. I want to thank the CPTC for their involvement in all of this. I want to thank Theo Chambers for his for his connection through Zoom. Very good work, Theo. I'm very pleased and thank you for the help. I want to thank the JCDC for their usual logistical support for these programs and activities, especially the staff of JCDC Santa Cruz, St. Elizabeth, who has been on spot stage managing and coordinating. Want to recognize Sister Barbara Blake Hanna for her support in carving out the constructs and the concepts for what has been presented today, giving an initial script so that we could work around it. And for her commitment for that impromptu conversation. Want to thank Opal for the work and for the tireless, sleepless. We want to thank the Colonel for his commitment, for all that he has done for this community and for making it happen. To the Accompong community, let me thank also the ministry, the Accompong celebration team, all of you, all the persons who have given of their energy, of their creativity, of their vision, of their illumination, because this comes at different points in the game. We want to thank you for the constant communication and keeping each other and keeping things flowing so that it could happen like this. I want to thank the police for the security and for all that they have done today. But I want to thank the town of Accompong. The people have come out, they have understood the protocols, and it has been a very, very orderly and quiet day in Accompong. I want to commend them. I know they miss their usual celebration. I know they look forward to this every year, but they understand that we are in a difficult situation and we have done the best we could to ensure that things flowed in the way it has. Colonel, you and Accompong, congratulations again, and thank you very much. And to all who will travel from here to different parts of Jamaica and elsewhere, I'd like to recognize again our brothers from Ghana, Kofi Opoko and the other two brothers from Ghana who have come from Ghana just to be here, and it's their first visit to Jamaica. May I tell them that before they go, they must go to a revival session and go to a little communal drumming and see how the thing's set. And finally, to those who are traveling to various parts of Jamaica and elsewhere as they leave this function, may God go with you, because ultimately we give thanks to God, the supreme creator, the supreme organizer, the creative genius from which all creativity flows. May God bless you all. Walk good, and may good Duppy walk with you. Good afternoon.
The point of wearing a mask is to prevent the spread of air droplets from persons who may or may not be infected. When wearing a mask, please ensure that the mask goes above the nose and below the chin. This might be a bit uncomfortable, but it's for your own safety. The position of the mask is very important. It should not be worn on your forehead, under your chin, or on your neck. Please do not remove the mask when speaking. This actually causes more droplets to be released into the atmosphere. Trust me, if you have on a mask, we will still hear you. When you're removing a mask, try not to touch the front of the mask. If you do, remember